representing Henzo Gracie team, her head coach, Carlson. From Des Moines, Iowa, Lexi Fry. Her opponent, standing in the red corner, she is a blue belt, representing Team Hanpa and Team Curran, with her head coach, Darby Hanpa, from Belvoir, Wisconsin, Chantel Caravan. This is a 7-minute submission-only match.
Your referee for this first bout, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Bernadette Mbubuyog. And we are officially underway. JCI2, the Ascension. Christian Reynoso alongside Jessica Penne, of course. Special guest ring announcer, the Polish Hammer, Chris Hordeski, joining us tonight. We talked a little bit in the pre-show, Jessica, about potential nerves or maybe potential extra, having to feel like you need to turn the notch up a little bit as a lady on the card. But to kick the night off, these two are certainly feeling it. It's a beautiful outside trip there early on by Lexi Fry.
Posture and head position. Mind your base.
Yeah, the ladies wasting no time trying to fight for those hand positions, the collar ties. Both of them seem to be going for the same thing. We did see a nice little Osoto earlier, but no control on the ground.
Now it's Caravan looking to potentially sneak her way around to the back.
She's got to be careful, though, because what we saw earlier is Fry likes a little bit of judo. So if she doesn't really secure that back position and solidify it, she's going to go for a ride.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen if you're not careful.
You don't.
There. I'm starting early with the dad jokes here in match number one. Now there she is, finally making her way to the back with a little mat return. There is Chantel Caravan. And immediately landing in that mount. So we talked about the white belt to blue belt discrepancy, Jessica. When you're on the feet, it's one thing, but when you're underneath the mount, potentially, of somebody a higher rank, that could be a whole nother story.
It can, but that's what competition is for, and that's what all of that mat time in the gym is for. And this is, to show us where we're at, to show us what we need to work on, where we're comfortable, where we're uncomfortable. It's all just an opportunity for feedback, and Caravan gets the tap early.
As the bar, which was set at JCI1, continues here, JCI2, the first match ending via submission. As Chantel Caravan gets the job done there. I mean, she was all business there, Jessica. You saw her once she did get the match to the mat, the transition to the mountain. It was all just about said and done. Let's make it official with Chris Hordeski.
Good job, Chantel! Your winner via rear naked choke, Chantel Caravan!
Chantel gets the job done, but kudos to her opponent, Lexi Fry, a white belt stepping out into the deep waters. That is the JCI. What a way to get our night started. There we see in the replay, digging herself. I mean, from that dominant position, she was so strong. What a way to get her started.
Moving right along into our second match. It's in the light heavyweight division. First, making his way to the JCI stage, in the black corner, Matt Ritter.
In steps Matt Ritter, another veteran of JCI1. Jeff the Big Frog talked about how many people were chomping at the bit to step on the big stage. Matt Ritter looked fantastic in his first outing representing the GF team. The 25-year-old blue belt beat James Piper at JC1 via heel hook in overtime. Pulled guard, swept Piper to mount. He says, I come from a chaotic background and reshape myself through the discipline and structure found in jiu-jitsu. Competition is where I test that growth under pressure. And here he gets a chance at JCI1. JCI2.
His opponent.
It's okay.
Making his way to the stage, Jeff Cohen.
Well, in our first match, we had a blue belt, white belt matchup. We have one again. Is Jeff Cohen, the white belt out of Hart BJJ, 42 years old and a veteran of JCI as well. We saw him at JCI1. He survived some really daunting positions and showed plenty of skills in that outing. Tonight he returns, looking to get himself on the winning track. And you know, Jessica, once you've been under these bright lights, there's something to it, you know, being able to feel familiar out there.
You can really build momentum off of those experiences. It's a little bit more familiar, a little bit less scary. Anytime you go into a new experience, there's a certain level
our second
of
match
anxiety
of
of
the
the
evening.
unknown.
It is being contested in the light heavyweight division. Introducing first, the fighter in the black corner. He is a blue belt representing GF Team. His head coach, Nathan Fitch. He's grappling out of Louisville, Kentucky. He is Matt Ritter. His opponent from the red corner, also a blue belt. He's representing Team Hart Jiu-Jitsu. Head coach Dan Hart in his corner. From Palatine, Illinois, Jeff Cohen. 7 minutes of submission-only action.
Our third man on the mat, keeping things copacetic tonight. Veteran referee Rob Hines. As Jeff Cohen prepares to take on Matt Ritter. So Jeff Cohen, as I mentioned, a veteran that's from JCI1 that survived some really daunting positions, showed some real toughness and a lot of skill and gameness for a white belt. Says he loves a rush of competition. He's ready to show his kids how to overcome these scary nervous events. But speaking of nervous events, you got Matt Ritter potentially on your back there. Now, Jess, how do we feel about pulling guard?
You know what? This type of rule set really allows people to go for it and attack, just as we saw him get the finish. That's how he feels about pulling guard.
Fair enough.
When you know what to do from that position, you immediately off-balance attack. It's a great utilization of skill.
With the return to JCI, Matt Ritter 2-0 now via 2 heel hooks, getting the job done quick. What a finish for Matt Ritter.
The tap was secured quickly in the first round. Your winner via inside heel hook, Matt Ritter. Woo!
Sub only. We've had subs only, Jess.
We have only had subs, Christian.
The submissions are coming fast and quick. Who's having a good time so far? All right, all right. That brings us to our third match. Let's bring out the ladies one more time. First, making her way to the JCI mat, Lily Bayer.
In steps the 26-year-old out of neutral ground Milwaukee, Lily Bayer, the brown belt. Says she used to medal and compete and medal regularly back in the 2017 to 2020 era. Looking to get back to her winning ways now. A memorable highlight of hers is her when she snapped her humerus in competition to carry on.
Her opponent.
What a stud.
She is Nicola Kacperska.
Now we know that oftentimes in MMA you get last-minute replacements, right? How's this? Blue belt and MMA fighter Nicola Kacperska jumping in on less than 24-hour notice, coming to us out of Santiago Martial Arts. There you see Mike Santiago, who we'll see in our co-main event later tonight in her corner. You want to talk about game? This one's ready. You see her jumping up and down. She was chomping at the bit to get on the card, and here she gets her opportunity against a very tough Lily Bayer, the ladies back on center stage.
All right, grappling fans. In her third matchup, it is in the female division being contested at lightweight. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right in the black corner. She is the brown belt from Neutral Ground in Milwaukee. Her head coach, John Friedland, is in the corner from Waukesha, Wisconsin, by way of Stevens Point, Wisconsin. She is Lily Bayer. Her opponent, standing to my left out of the red corner, she is a blue belt from Santiago MMA. Her head coach, Mike Santiago. From Lombard, Illinois, by way of Łódź, Poland, she is Chunk Nikola Kacperska. Female action, 7 minutes. Take it away.
Match number 3 and our second time the ladies step underneath the bright lights. Your referee, head referee tonight, Mark Vives. There you see very quickly Kacperska securing the takedown as she sucks up a single leg there. Right back up to her feet though is Lily Bayer. So I touched on it a little bit already, Jessica. As you know, like these MMA fighters oftentimes will be dealing with situations with opponents changing at the last second or jumping in at the last second. Here we get that with Nikola, who here finds herself very quickly in a potential north-south situation.
I think that just speaks to the level of both ladies and the confidence in both of them. Both game, both ready to step up on short notice and accept a match on short notice. This can be really nerve-wracking, but it's important that athletes realize that, you know, this kind of change doesn't affect their performance.
One thing's for certain is they're obviously both game, like you said, you know, just the ability to make that decision on the fly to jump out there against whoever, whenever. But also there you see the blue belt Kacperska advancing to mount on the brown belt Lily Bayer. I mean, short notice, long training camp, one way or the other. That's very impressive.
You know, at this age level, it's important to stay ready all the time, and that's how Kacperska was able to have confidence going into that match. She's doing a great job keeping that mount. I love how she's crossing her ankles, and she's flattening out. Oh, she gets the tap quick.
And there you have it. Short notice, clearly not an issue. As Nikki Kacperska gets it done via rear naked choke. A blue belt taking out a brown belt. This is just part of the fun of getting out there. Kudos to both ladies.
Grappling fans, give it up for the two ladies. The tap was secured via rear naked choke. Your winner, Nikola Kacperska.
Another submission finish as we, I think I'm catching on to a theme here. Let's take a look at the UnJunked replay here, Jess.
We see Kacperska off balancing and going straight for the head, and now she's moving very technically sound to mount. She's being careful not to be thrown off balance.
All right, grappling fans,
she
moving quick. Good thing there's a lot of matches here.
Submission.
In match number 4, it's in the welterweight division. First, making his way to the JCI stage, Jordan Mills.
In steps Jordan Mills, another veteran of JCI1. Back at JCI1, he pulled off one of the more memorable submissions of the night. If you remember, it was kind of an inverted, no-arm triangle. I believe he calls it the fruit roll-up. We'll find out if he's able to roll up his opponent here tonight at JCI2.
His opponent making his way to the JCI stage, Will Gates.
The 27-year-old purple belt out of Real Movement and Martial Arts, Will Gates, picked up a heel hook finish at JCI1 over Brett Corcoran. I mean, this guy's been there and done that, from competing on the world stages of Jiu-Jitsu, ADCC, traveling all over the place. Here's a guy that, when you ask him about his heroes and who he wanted to shout out, he said, I want to shout out my mom and dad. You guys are the best. I love that.
I love that so much.
I love that.
All right, grappling fans, in the Vixen here. It's time for match number 4, welterweight division action. Introducing first, the grappler to my right. He is a purple belt from Cedar Valley, BJJ, and Team Curran from Cedar Falls, Iowa, Jordan Mills. His opponent, standing to my left, in the red corner, he is a purple belt, representing real movement and martial arts. From Elk Grove, Illinois, by way of Fremont, Michigan, he is Will Gates. No gi action. Let's go.
Your referee for this matchup, Mark the Shark Wallen. This is such an exciting matchup, Jessica. It's, you know, it's early on in the card, and I love the placement of this matchup, giving the fans a real feature about early on. 2 highlight reel finishes at JCI1 now, locking horns here in JCI2.
What stood out to me last time that these both competed was just their composure, their ability to be so creative and fluid as they roll.
Yeah, absolutely, and the fact that they're both so young in their career, which is just amazing. 3.5 years into training for Mills, 4 years for Gates, but both so savvy, both already very confident in who they are as grapplers. There you see settling into the body lock from the butterfly guard is Will Gates.
As we've seen from Mills, Mills really likes to pull guard. He likes to compete from bottom, really try and work that guard. But Gates was ready for it. He, as guard was pulled, he locked up that body lock, and now he's going to try and pass those legs, get past that guard.
That Mills was pretty transparent. He said, look out for my signature fruit roll-up move. I pulled it off from north-south at JCI1, but I can also do it from bottom out or bottom side control or just about anywhere. There you see him potentially looking into some rubber guard action momentarily.
If he wants to play rubber guard, though, he really does need to move his hips. He needs to get a much more drastic angle.
Is that potentially why the body lock is so important for Gates right now in order to keep him in front of him, maybe?
Absolutely. He has to keep those hips squared. I'm not a huge fan of the body triangle from guard, but this is Mills' game. He knows what he's doing. He's kind of one of those exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, that's one of those positions that in the past you hear people say, oh, it's hard to get offensive if you lock in that body triangle from the bottom. But one thing that's certain, this sport is constantly evolving, and it's only the rule until it's broken. Isn't that so much the case?
So much.
Sitting back for a straight ankle lock there is Will Gates. We know how dangerous he is with the leg entanglements.
Mills doing a great job of being urgent with that defense.
You know, I think part of the savviness that goes into being a real leg lock player is knowing when to sit back, but also knowing when to bail. You saw as he extended the leg, he wasn't quite happy, and he worked his way back up into the guard of Mills. Gates very patient from inside the guard there. It looks as if Mills is really focused on prying that arm out, Jess. What sort of opportunities would actually freeing that arm present for Jordan?
I mean, he could get a Kimura, a Choi bar. He could get triangle. There are a lot of options from that. It's a very threatening position, but Gates did a great job of staying calm and really protecting his arm.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that he disengaged maybe makes you think that he wasn't loving the control that Mills was gaining from there.
Well, he was more in a defensive position, and you know, in submission only, it's okay to be a little defensive, but you want to get to where you can get to a submission, and it's not going to be from defensive.
Now, you see almost like momentarily it looked like it was almost like a no-gi spider guard as he was controlling with the foot in the bicep there was Mills. It's clear Mills has a very tricky guard and Gates is onto it. And for that reason, I think patience is paramount for a top player.
Yeah, right now I think he's just kind of collecting data. He is staying a bit safe. He has been offensive at moments, but when you go with somebody with a guard like Mills, you have to really get all the information before you start implementing offense.
Well, if it's indeed been a downloading period, now they're left with a little bit over 2.5 minutes left to work here in regulation. Of course, should that expire, we head to overtime, and as we learned in our pre-show after chatting to Mark Vives, that overtime's so important, Jessica, as it we essentially get tabula rasa, clean slate going into that overtime, and well, it's all about what happens in that additional period. But we'll see. 2 minutes still left in regulation.
Gates is doing a great job of controlling the legs, staying safe. I just need to see more urgency, especially with the clock running out. We're under 2 minutes now.
And again, we are going to, if should time expire, we're going to be getting into the overtime portion of this match. But it does make you wonder how the judges will look at an exchange such as this one. As you said, Jess, it's doing a great job of maintaining posture and this, that, and the other from the top. But Mills has been quite active from the bottom. He is looking to create an opportunity. Whatever the case, a little over a minute left. We'll see if Gates is able to do something with this top position or if Mills is able to extract something.
If I was either one of their corners, I would tell them to start stepping on the gas. See what they can open up and then build off of that into the extension round.
Ah, interesting. So if anything, create a little bit of momentum that you take into overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, there you see a little bit of the inverting there, like almost down to a handstand momentarily from Jordan Mills.
Mills, he knows the clock is running out and he can get a little bit creative with it, you know, see what opens up when he switches up his positions.
Yes. Light on it.
Potentially looking to get into triangle territory there momentarily was Mills, but wise to it was Gates as he collects a leg. A little over 15 seconds left to work. It does look like Mills has potentially cleared that knee line.
Oh.
It sounds like they maybe mistook the 10-second
Cowbell.
Cowbell. We need more cowbell is the point.
You know, we haven't heard a buzzer go yet, so I understand how there was a little confusion right there.
Fair enough. We haven't needed a buzzer till now because it's been submission only and only submissions. But now we go to the overtime period. Here's a coin flip from Mark the Shark. Roll, roll, roll. The decision goes to the black corner. He chooses. Not much of a surprise there. Jordan choosing bottom.
And with closed guard, this is where he wanted to be.
Now he gets his closed guard and he immediately opens it. Immediately to mission control there. See, earlier when he tried to get that body, or sorry, that rubber guard position, Will still had the body lock. This time, very wise to immediately toss the legs up at the beginning of overtime, so he's able to secure that mission control position. Look at that. Will Gates feeling the pressure let off and immediately escaping.
Pass side to side, the legs have to go wide, we'll split. Same thing, bottom leg free. I don't think you can pull that one through. Get that bottom leg free, Jordan. Mission attempts.
Gates wise to back out and kind of, you know, enter the guard on his terms now instead of having to start in that closed guard. If I'm him, I'm trying to really hit those heads down. I'm trying to move the legs past. I'm trying to get past that hip line.
Now, you got to wonder as well, if you're Will Gates and you have had the ability to sit back for those leg locks and have the entries that he did have in the first period, it makes you wonder if it's worth doing in overtime, because should he spend a good amount of time with an extended leg or something like that, it could most certainly look favorably to the judges.
I agree with you there.
Thus far, it is just kind of a bit of a cat and mouse back and forth between Mills and Gates still.
Yeah, this is when I want to see the urgency. I understand wanting to be safe, but you got to go when you got to go.
90 seconds. Let's throw everything out. One more big attempt for submission.
There we hear Joey Deal, CEO and president of Real Movement and Martial Art, imploring his fighter to, let's see one more submission attempt. But as long as, you know, Mills is able to keep that leg clamped over the top, he's most certainly going to thwart any attempts. Good job of shucking it off there by Gates again.
Mills is doing a great job of being offensive. He hasn't necessarily had a submission attempt in the bag or at the start, but it looks like he is busier, and it looks like he is really making it challenging for Gates to mount any kind of decent offense. Nice north-south position. And nice defense by Mills.
Well, it looks like Mills was potentially ready to create a back attempt there should he give up that north-south position.
One of my favorite back attempts, for sure.
Yeah, you flexible folks do like that stuff, don't you?
We do.
Good job of, you know, Will did attempt to pass the guard there, and a good job of reading it by Mills, composing guard again. It looks like the OT will expire in the position a lot of the match took place in, inside the open guard of Jordan Mills. Technical, gritty, workmanlike from both. It'll be interesting to see how the judges view that matchup, Jess. And I'm not going to put you on the spot, Jessica, because nobody likes that.
I don't mind.
Who
I'm
won?
good under pressure.
Who won? Who won?
I'd say they're going to give it to Mills, honestly.
Interesting.
You don't think so? What do you think?
I'm the nerd play-by-play guy. I don't have to put myself
I mean,
out
I'm
there.
the MMA fighter. Come on.
That's why I need you here, man. Someone's got to call the shots. Let's get the final decision, make it official. But heading into the Polish Hammer, Chris Hordeski.
All right, submission fans, let's make some noise for our first bout to go into overtime. And these two athletes, high-level submission grappling was there. But the judges have come to a unanimous decision. Your winner out of the black corner, Jordan Mills!
Jordan Mills securing another victory here at JCI, advancing to 2-0 at the Jeff Curran Invitational. A very, I mean, that was a jiu-jitsu nerd kind of dream to like match up, to kind of like dissect, because there's just a lot to look at there, Jessica. Both very technical fighters, perfectly match made.
Oh, I was supposed to go on that way.
There we see that EPRO replay. It's the jockeying for positions. Will Gates did a good job attacking, but Mills just kind of seemed on top of it time and time again, Jessica.
Yeah, he seemed to neutralize a lot more than Gates was able to offend.
Very exciting. We look forward to seeing both of those fighters return to the JCI stage, and I'm sure we will see them again.
All right, submission fans. We're here in our fifth match. It is in the welterweight division. Making his way to the JCI stage, please welcome Tim Shelton.
How you doing, brother? What's going on?
And the first to make his way to the mat, Tim Shelton, 37-year-old purple belt out of Felipe Barbosa, BJJ in Baraboo, Wisconsin. His best submission finish of 15 seconds came via triangle. He's finished most of his matches with the aforementioned triangle. We'll see if he's able to go one arm in and one arm out here at the JCI.
His opponent coming to the stage at this time, Adam Munareto.
Ooh, and potentially the biggest pop of the night so far as Adam Munareto makes his way to the JCI stage. The 46-year-old purple belt. He says one of his greatest achievements was surviving a back attack from one half of our main event, Jeff Serafin, before he was finally finished.
Right,
but he's here to push his limits.
One more time, it's the welterweight matchup.
Is the police officer, Adam
Introducing
Munareto.
first, the grappler, standing to my right, out of the black corner. He is a purple belt, representing Felipe Barbosa Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Academy. From Baraboo, Wisconsin, by way of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, he is Tim Shelton. His opponent, standing to my left out of the red corner, also a purple belt, from Team Curran, trained under the legend Jeff Curran in Crystal Lake, Illinois. He is purple belt action, 7 minutes. Let's go.
Tim Shelton preparing to take on Adam Munaredo at 170 pounds. Bernie and Bubuyog, our referee for this matchup. You know, you gotta love somebody that is just willing and looking to challenge themselves on the daily, like Adam Munaredo. As I mentioned, 46 years old, and he's, like he says, he's here to prove that it's all mindset and nothing is really impossible.
Yeah.
Great example for him to set, not just for the youngsters, but for all of us, you know, I'll just say it, older generation that maybe sometimes second guesses getting out there. It's great to see someone that's also still willing to put themselves on the line. Now, inside the guard of Tim Shelton we go.
That's what I love about jiu-jitsu. It is there for you when you're ready for it.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu's not
It'll
going
be there.
anywhere. So one thing you catch on pretty quickly is when you see somebody like Adam Munaredo standing across the mat from you. I mean, you can tell it's going to be a physical matchup, right? It's when it comes to that body type and somebody that with that kind of a musculature, you know, you don't necessarily want to be stuck getting smashed underneath them. So I think it's super important for Tim Shelton to be very defensive with his guard, keep a knee in between them. What do you see here, Jessica?
I think Shelton had the right idea. He was pushing the takedown. He was trying to, you know, reach his leg. He was trying, and now that he's on bottom, again, he's going for the submission, which is something that you have to do. You can't let someone like Munaredo get on top of you, put the pressure on you, because then you're in a defensive position. It looks like there's almost a calf slice type. I can't really see, actually. Never mind.
Yeah. A pretty complicated leg entanglement there momentarily, as referee Bernier is trying to make sure they don't end up working their leg entanglement in the first row.
Don't give it. Don't give it.
Also, very tricky position to move and restart somebody from.
This is something that I go back and forth with. When somebody is attacking your legs and you defend by counter-attacking, this is kind of a tricky thing. You know, sometimes I feel like it is better to defend first in advanced position rather than engage in the leg entanglement on their terms.
Is that because you're kind of playing catch-up the whole time, potentially? They're the ones leading the dance?
That's how I feel sometimes. And again, you might go against someone who is way better at countering and they want to be there anyways. Yes, that's always a potential. It's just I like it for the person who leads the dance. They have a little bit more momentum than the person that's being defensive.
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose if you're sitting back for a leg lock, you're likely good at them not just offensively, but defensively as well, right?
Yes.
Working that knee shield there was Tim Shelton, but a good job of remaining mobile from the top by Munaredo.
Yeah, if he had just dropped his base down just a little bit and controlled those hips, he may be in a north-south position instead of having to continue to fight past the legs.
I mean, and he has cleared the legs a couple of times. He gets that foot kind of into that hip pocket of Shelton, but Shelton's very good at just swimming the legs back in. And as we saw already, you got to mind your P's and Q's as far as him swinging for a leg. But now it's Munaredo sitting back on top.
That's that's high IQ for me. Somebody who sits for a leg, realizes it's not there, doesn't lose position in that attempt. It was smart.
Yeah, again, knowing when to bail, right?
Exactly. And now he's in top position. It looks to be knee on belly from this position. And now he can really start working. It looks like he's going to try and isolate that far arm of Shelton.
Plenty of time remaining here in regulation for him to work from this dominant side control back to pressing that knee on belly. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that is absolutely miserable.
I don't think you're wrong.
Thanks, Jessica. I'll take it. Now looking to isolate that arm is Munaredo.
Great defense by Shelton. He's in that same position, but he's out of danger for a moment.
Oh,
that
beautiful
was tricky.
job.
That was tricky. He went for the far arm, and now he's attacking the near side arm. That was nice.
Munaredo threatening the far side Americana, only to try to snap up the near side armbar.
Left, Adam. Just under. Same thing.
It looked as if Adam potentially considered snatching that same arm up again. But if you're Shelton, it's kind of a fool me once sort of thing, right, Jessica?
Nice.
Well, you hope so.
A very deep armbar, a knee bar attack there.
Oh,
from
and he
Munaredo.
gets the tap.
What an amazing job by Adam Munaredo, catching on to the opportunity sitting in front of him.
I hope that's just emotion and not an injury.
My goodness, Tim Shelton did indeed leave that right leg in, and it wasn't just leaving it in, but very deep, so that when Munaredo was able to snatch it up, that knee bar was so deep, Jessica. Another submission finish here at 170 pounds.
These athletes are hunting for the win, but nothing but respect. Let's give it up for these two. But the tap was secured via straight knee bar. Your winner, Adam Munaredo!
As we take a look at the UnJunked replay here, there was a lot of shining moments for Tim Shelton, who's showing some very good jiu-jitsu off of his back, Jessica, before ultimately getting caught in that knee bar.
Yeah, about halfway through the match, he started to be more on the defensive, and then it's just a matter of time before your opponent really gets to where they want to go.
Yeah, there you see it, was keeping that knee shield in the center that kind of got away from him as Munaredo was able to turn that into a beautiful knee bar finish. Let's take a look at that UnJunked instant replay. Wow, what a matchup at 170 pounds. Well, we are just underway here at JCI2, and it has been non-stop action. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break in the action. Unbelievable thus far, and we are just getting started, Jessica. It's JCI2 is all systems go. We'll be back with more just after the break.
How long are we on break for? Do you want me to run and ask?
Chris, do you not want to break this?
2? Is it cozy or cozy? Cozy. Yeah, cozy.
One more. So am I?
Hand paw. Martial arts. Team hand paw.
Hand paw. What I say?
I don't remember, but that just correcting me.
You said Hanpa and Hanpa, but it's Hanpa. I say
Hand paw.
Hand paw. That's how I remember it. A hand and a paw.
for these breaks, am I kicking it?
Sorry. I did, but
I got fired too. I'm not that girl.
So when is the initial setup?
Let's get worried that the mic is so hot.
Should we play some polos? Polos would be great in the match.
Yeah, you always put me in. You just really appreciate it.
Can we show
Get along with you. This is fine. Nothing happens.
Audio and video set.
I don't like.
You should get shut down. It's so hard getting into retirement and trying to get into like that.
Jiu-Jitsu when I was a little kid watching all the UFCs, watching this racing. I always wanted to do it. I was 15 years old. Was owned by a Jiu-Jitsu gym in Northwest Indiana. Called the phone over. I saw an assignment the next day. I started training. I've been training for 27 years. MMA for a long time. Coached MMA. I've been coaching and then I've been running my full-time academy for 17 years. I like to compete. I feel like exciting opponents and different challenges. The Jeff Invitational is a perfect example. So the first one was awesome show. I got a great opponent. Compete against him, which is what I'm always looking for. So anytime I have a top black belt, we got to go against the great little set and great environment. That's what I'm playing. Fans can expect high action point submission. I got a really tough opponent. I know he's one of the hardest winners. I will go for someone cool. I got some new tricks I've been working on. I'm trying to train some of the best grapplers in the world. The only real proper
just showing like we got lions and pocket full of poaching.
After that, we're freestyling.
Promo for our main event, the title fight between Michael Mutter and Jeff Serafin. Who's excited for that last fight? We're gonna crown somebody the inaugural middleweight champion. But moving right along, we're up to match number 6 in the middleweight division, making his way to the JCI mat, Michael Lyons.
Mike Santiago, black belt.
Making his way to the JCI stage is the 20-year-old Pika Pau Jiu-Jitsu representative, blue belt Mike Lyons. a 2025 IBJJF Nogi World Bronze medalist, a BJJ Kids instructor. When he gives notes, he says he loves his mommy and his daddy. I love it.
Entering the mat at this time, Caleb Posey.
I love this song.
Oh my
Set the
goodness.
mood.
In steps the 20-year-old youngster Caleb Posey, a blue belt out of Open Guard BJJ. Only 20 years old, but already has over 100 wins in grappling industry. He says he's fighting for more than just himself. He's fighting for a friend that took his life at 13. Now he does this in the honor of him. As we know, Jessica, it means a lot when you're out stepping out there for something bigger than just yourself. It's
All right, Jiu-Jitsu fans, match number 6, middleweight division. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. He is a blue belt from Pika Pau Jiu-Jitsu and Team Train Hard, Be Kind. From Glen Ellen, Illinois, he is Mike Leon.
If that isn't a shirt, it needs to be.
His opponent, also a blue belt from Open Guard and Team Curran Jiu-Jitsu. From Waukesha, Wisconsin, he is Caleb Posey. Sub-only action, 7 minutes, let's go.
Two 20-year-old young guns ready to take center stage here. Great teams, great jiu-jitsu, great heads of hair. It's Lions versus Posey here at JCI2. Oh, immediately working his way to the top
Nice and patient, Mike.
is Mike Lyons, beautifully establishing that mount.
That's the kind of energy I like to see off of a guard pull.
Hooks on those elbows.
Yeah, 15 seconds into this bout, a very dominant position for Mike Lyons.
Got a similar game? Yeah, you need to stay low when that happens. Do not come up at all.
Posey needs to protect those arms, try and get them inside, try and push those hips away.
Elbow across if you can. Push it out, underhook it.
There's a nice leg lock counter from that mount escape.
Very smart was Lyons to bail momentarily as the leg lock was threatened. Caleb Posey letting us know he's dangerous even from bottom mount. Now attacking an armbar. Giving up that top position is Mike Lyons as he looks to take home the arm of Posey.
Curl your heels, Mike. Curl your heels.
I'm not doing it.
Posey really defending, grabbing hard with his hands.
Turn the thumb.
Oh, and he gets the tap fast. That
Getting
was
the
beautiful
full
work.
extension is a 2025 IBJJF Nogi World Bronze medalist, Mike Lyons. A beautiful armbar finish here against a very game Caleb Posey. Mike Lyons, my goodness, getting it done in style.
Let's give a round of applause for these two young studs, 20 years old. But the tap was secured via straight armbar. Your winner, Mike Lyons!
Very smooth, very calculated. Jessica, is this how they make blue belts nowadays?
It is. The level of these competitors is just so impressive at this age and under this belt.
No way, dude. I love the way he's able to transition. Look at that, man. How are these guys blue belts? I love it. The level of jiu-jitsu just consistently evolving. Beautiful finish for Mike Lyons. Keep the ball rolling here at JCI2.
Let's bring out another group of females. Tonight, guys, there's 8 female athletes, 8 female matches on the card. It shows a huge step for the female jiu-jitsu community. Let's give a round of applause for the jiu-jitsu girls in the audience tonight and the girls that are putting it on for you guys. Let's get this action started. This one's in the featherweight division. Making her way to the JCI ring at this time, she is Char Wardrop.
We have more ladies taking center stage. As now we have, at 145 pounds, Wardrop preparing to take on Simone Goddard. The first coming out of the black corner is a 28-year-old out of Neutral Grounds, Milwaukee, the blue belt. 3.5 years of training for Wardrop.
Her opponent, making her way to the JCI stage, Simone Goddard.
In steps a 23-year-old blue belt Simone Goddard out of Midwest Jiu-Jitsu Academy. Over 100 wins under her belt already. A special ed teacher who's competing for, says she's competing for her brother who passed away like 2 weeks before she started jiu-jitsu. It's what she likes to dedicate her wins to, and loves how intense the competition can be, and feels like it really brings her to that next level.
All right, grappling fans, it's time for the ladies featherweight division action. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right, out of the black corner. She is a blue belt from Neutral Grounds Gym in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. She is Char Wardrop. Her opponent standing to my left, she's out of the red corner. Also a blue belt from Midwest Jiu-Jitsu Academy from Columbia, Missouri, Simone Goddard. 7 minutes of female action.
Your referee, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Mark Vives, with Char Wardrop immediately pulling guard on Simone Goddard. Now, something you're going to want to keep your eye on, something that Wardrop mentioned to us, is that she has a connective tissue disorder which makes her absurdly flexible. It is, however, a degenerative disorder, so she doesn't know how much time she says she'll have left on the mat. But what she is going to do is compete and train as much as possible, as long as she can. I'd imagine that gives you a lot of perspective, Jess, because there she is immediately cinching up an armbar. There, though, is Simone Goddard. We talked about the flexibility of Wardrop.
She is really in it as well, defending well, pulling her arm out. I think that elbow is almost past it. Look at that flexibility coming in handy.
On full
tight.
display. Flexibility. She may be born with that flexibility, but the toughness she has is certainly something she's worked on, as she looked to be in a very difficult position, works her way out, and now an interesting spot. Like, she may be able to sit back into a passed guard. Still has her left leg slightly entangled there.
But she has the underhook. She has a hand around the neck of Goddard, so she's looking to advance, but Goddard comes up on top. Still being threatened with that submission, though.
Well, now we get to see Simone Goddard working from the top. However, from the bottom...
And this is something that you mostly see from females, throwing at this kind of inverted triangle from bottom.
Well, it does seem as if she has a pretty good bite on this, as we know. As the athletes get sweatier and stuff like that, these sort of submissions can become more and more difficult to cinch up. But these ladies are early on in their match. Plenty of friction still. It'll be interesting to see how this position progresses, Jessica.
We don't necessarily have to worry about the sweatiness when you have the leotards. They really do give you a really nice amount of friction and grip and control on those submission attempts. Goddard looking to isolate that near side arm of Wardrop.
Now, we've all kind of been there before, Jessica, when you're in the gym with somebody that you're cranking on their arm, or maybe you're cranking on that shoulder, and you're like, okay, they're double jointed, this isn't going to quite work. Would that potentially change your approach as far as the submissions that you might be hunting?
This is when we go for chokes.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But she is. You see her advancing to the back. Maybe she is feeling exactly what you were saying. I don't know that I'll be able to get these joint locks. It's best to like start really trying to capitalize on those neck chokes.
Well, if that is the case, she's most certain. Goddard has most certainly put herself in a position to start working for that. Now securing the back, pummeling and digging underneath the chin. Goddard, it's hard to tell from our vantage point, but she may have a bite like there, Jessica.
It looks like it's on the jawline, but not saying she cannot finish from that position. She's really arching those hips. It doesn't seem to be under the chin enough, though.
Well, there's something the Dagestanis have taught us, is that you most certainly can finish a rear naked across the jawline.
That you can.
We'll see if Goddard is able to employ that sort of technique, but a good job of staying resilient thus far by Shar Wardrop.
Wardrop doing a good job of starting to try and fight the hands, which is vital in this kind of position.
Of course we want that.
One more time, finding her way across the jawline, though, is Goddard. There you see that body lock, putting a ton of pressure on the midsection of Wardrop.
Because, yes, it's hard to say. I'm not worried.
Just like that, we are down to a little bit over 2 minutes remaining in regulation.
I like how Goddard is starting to try and isolate one of those arms that'll make the choke easier from that position.
Indeed, climbing and climbing are the legs.
It looks like Wardrop is slowly turning in. That's the risk you run when you let go of that really secured body triangle. It was a valiant effort. No harm, though, because, again, we're not scoring this round.
Yeah, a great point and a great job by Wardrop to have that sensitivity to feel the pressure come off momentarily and to use it as an opportunity to get to work her own way to the top.
And now she's working a choke of her own, it looks like, from top position.
What sort of options would you say present themselves to Wardrop from this top position here?
I mean, she does have the opportunity to choke and pass, like threaten the choke, not necessarily get it, but you can use it to knee slide out. This is a very familiar position. This is kind of what happened at the start of the match. She tried to grab the head, Goddard ended up turning, and then Wardrop ended up in more of a defensive position for the rest of the round.
And with that being said, it looks as if Wardrop learned her lesson that first time and decided to kind of change her course this time around. Wisely so, as she's able to find herself here now, slicing that right knee through.
I'd like to see her go to maybe even like 3/4 mount. Oh, it looks like she's trying to isolate that arm. I like what she's thinking. She's really working, not just trying to stall out the round, she's still trying to finish. I love it.
Yeah, this could be one of the best catches of the match should she pull that arm in, but nice job by Goddard getting to her knees and using that to extract her arm.
That was at 650.
Wardrop looking to get a little bit more back exposure here. As we will be going to another overtime here. Very closely contested first period there between Wardrop and Goddard.
Goddard choosing to start on bottom in a closed guard, or with a closed guard, excuse me.
As was explained to us by Mark Vives in the pre-show, once that first round expires, or should I say regulation expires, there's a coin toss and then the winner gets to decide whether they can be closed guard bottom, inside the guard, or neutral. Now, it looks like Goddard may have made the right choice by taking bottom as she transitions to a nice armbar, but as we know, Wardrop is not going to be quick to tap to these joint locks. It looks like she might be out of the woods, Jessica.
It looks like her elbow still may be in there, but she's definitely working her way out. This is I understand that Goddard really likes and feels comfortable getting to that position, but as we talked about, if you study your opponent and you know that she's hypermobile like that, gets the tap.
Whoa! Well, Simone Goddard makes good with her armbar attempt. Flexible she may be, but at the end of the day, an elbow can only go so far. Simone Goddard gets the job done via armbar in overtime. Fantastic matchup between these ladies, Jessica.
They displayed all of their skill set. It was a very fun game to watch.
A little bit of everything.
Yep.
Give it up one more time for the ladies. Very competitive matchup. First one going in overtime for the girls. And your winner via armbar, Simone Goddard! The big frog, Jeff Curran, places the medal on her neck.
Let's take a look at the UnJunked instant replay, Jessica. There you see her tossing up that armbar. Didn't have quite the success she wanted in the regulation period, but
she obviously had enough confidence in that position. I'm sure she gets it a lot in tournaments, in training, so she really wanted to go back to the well with that. Nothing wrong with it.
very slick, and what a way to make a name for herself on the JCI stage.
All right, grappling fans, here we go. It's match number 8. It's in the flyweight division. Let's bring on the little guys. Whoa. All right, guys, making his way to the JCI stage, we have Sam Tijarina.
Here comes Sam Tijarina, 26-year-old brown belt out of Power Source Martial Arts. A very active competitor, whether it's in kickboxing, MMA, or the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu big stage. He says he just loves Jiu-Jitsu, and doing it for events like this is so much fun. He says he gets to feel like an anime character out there, and more importantly, gets to look cool in front of his fiancée. Those are the points that matter, the brownie points, Jessica.
Chicks dig Jiu-Jitsu.
Here's the opponent entering the JCI stage, Jonah Nassif.
Fellow brown belt Joseph Nassif, the 28-year-old out of Crucible BJJ and Judo, an IBJJF Noki national champion. In his words, win, lose, or draw. I've just always loved the thrill of the one-on-one competition. My happy place is under those bright lights and with a huge crowd. Ask and ye shall receive, my friend. Here are the bright lights of the Jeff Curran Invitational.
All right, grappling fans. It's time for the flyweights. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. In the black corner, he is a brown belt from Power Source Martial Arts. Grappling out of Park Forest, Illinois. Give it up for Sam Tijarina. His opponent standing to my left, grappling out of the red corner, also a brown belt from Crucible BJJ and Judo, from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Jonah Nassif. 7 minutes of sub-only action.
As the flyweights take center stage, you know, not everyone is a fan of seeing the little guys. And I gotta say, I got a problem with that. Obviously, very biasly, Jessica, I have a problem with that. But the little guys always do tend to bring the action, to bring the speed. And I say with a good history of watching both of these competitors, I think we're going to get a very exciting matchup here at flyweight.
It's the same kind of mentality for MMA and Jiu-Jitsu. The little guys don't get the views that I think they should, because they have to be way more technically sound. They have to be in way better shape, cardiovascularly. It's just they don't have the power necessarily, specifically speaking for MMA, for the knockouts. So they have to work even harder than the bigger guys.
And when we're talking about somebody like Sam Tijarina, I've had the pleasure of calling his mixed martial arts bouts in the past. I think it's just, you know, when your goal is to focus on MMA, but you're willing to take that step out into maybe the the stage that isn't the one you're as familiar with every time, I think it speaks volumes about, you know, your investment in yourself and your long-term goals, because this can sometimes be a little bit daunting if you're more used to the cage.
It can be, and it's there are parallels, but they're very different sports and very different skill set, rule set necessary to be successful in it. So I understand why a lot of MMA fighters kind of stay away from the bigger grappling matches and do more modified rules, just because it's a little bit easier for them to transition. So nothing but respect for people that do both.
Yeah, definitely. And then, you know, if you're trying to stay active and you're not necessarily trying to take all the bumps and bruises that come with taking an MMA fight every month or two, this is a great way, you know, kind of like we talked to Chris Hordesky a little bit beforehand. He was saying a great way to kind of scratch that competitive itch, you know, in between fights.
Commercial, Kaiser Turner, Richards promo. Outside sweep there, sir.
We see a lot of forehead-to-forehead jockeying here. Early on, if you remember, Jessica, Nassif did get a little bit of a bite on a guillotine on Tijerina. And it feels like since then, they've both certainly been minding their P's and Q's.
This is a very evenly matched exchange on the feet so far. They're both jockeying for position, they're both off balancing, and neither one of them is really giving up that takedown the way the other is trying to get.
Jumping guard for a potential guillotine there was Tijerina. You know, from the feet, you saw Nassif going for some trips and working a little bit more unconventional grappling. He is coming to us out of Crucible, BJJ, and Judo, so you're going to see a little bit more than just your average jiu-jitsu. Great job of creating back exposure there.
Wow, and he's already sinking in that choke.
Underneath the chin, potentially is Jonah Nassif.
And it's
underneath the
tight.
chin. Getting the job done via rear naked choke is Jonah Nassif.
Nice work.
As I mentioned, IBJJF Nogi national champion, and now picking up a big win here at JCI2. Calm, cool, collected, and picking up a big win.
Grappling fans, give it up for these two flyweights. The tap was secured via rear naked choke. Your winner, Jonah Nassif. The big frog places that big, beautiful medal around his neck.
Now, Jessica, I think we both let out a collective wow on that transition, but let's take a look at that very quick exchange. There's an early on guillotine attempt, but when they did hit the mat, so quick was Jonah Nassif with his transition to the back and immediately digging his way underneath the chin.
I mean, before he could even secure those hooks in, he didn't need them. The choke was already so tight.
What a way to get the night started here. We're going to be kicking over to a commercial break, and we're going to be back with more action here at JCI.
I grew up on the mats, started training when I was 4. My dad, he used to do karate and taekwondo, all of that in the past, and then started doing jiu-jitsu around the time I was born. That started getting into our lives, and then it just grew from there. My name is Kai Saturno. I train here at Budo Tatami. I'm 18 years old. I've gone to a few competitions and I always enjoy it. I'm always super confident. I love it. I love going in and just competing, showing what I got. I like to crack down on people. I just like to go at it. You're always gonna see a fast-paced match. I'm gonna go in there, give it my all 100% of the time. I'm always gonna be trying to look for the submission, gonna try and have some fun. I'm so glad to have the opportunity. It's just so great to be able to have my name put out there and grow, you know? It's just such a great way, and especially such a great event, for sure.
Thanks, Kai.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Timmy Carpenter. I'm a black belt and a professor at Gil and Spicer at the Academy of Combat Arts in Fargo, North Dakota. I've been training for 15 years, and I'm excited to be on Jeff Curran Invitational 2. I was on the last card, the Jeff Curran Invitational 1 against Joey Deal for the inaugural bantamweight title. Came up short, but hoping to get back in that title contention picture here very shortly after a couple more matches. In between JCI1 and JCI2, I was able to take part in a charity match for youth wrestling in North Dakota. I was also on the Orbit Submission Series card in December, where I defended my bantamweight title. And now I'm just looking to continue my winning streak here and take on Kai and hopefully get a sub of the night or match of the night, because I know both of us are exciting. He likes flying stuff. I like flying stuff. He's very submission oriented, and so am I. So we don't need judges for this time around. We're both going to be looking for the sub and get the finish and put on a show for everybody in Chicago.
My name is Amber Richards. I'm competing out of the Academy under Greg Nelson. Very thankful for Jeff for asking me to come back for JCI2. It was a great opportunity the first time around. He's done an incredible thing for athletes and the platform that he has created. I'm really hoping these matches are going to inspire other people who want to come out and do competitions like this or any other competitions in the future to really just get out there and go for it. In terms of my game plan, I like a little bit of everything. I like to think of myself as a little bit of an all-arounder. I like being on top. Being on the bottom doesn't scare me. I do enjoy leg locks and guard work, but I'm not afraid to be on my feet. I'm looking for a really good match against my opponent. I know she's going to be a killer, so it's going to be a great time.
Camila Estrada, representing Sarah from BJJ. Been training for a little over 4 years now. I started jiu-jitsu just for self-defense, but like very quickly fell in love with it and kind of knew that this was the path I wanted to be on. Probably 2 months into training, I kind of decided, okay, like I'm gonna make a run for this. So since then, it's just been trying to get on every show I can, travel, compete as much as possible. Most recently, winning Midwest Finishers. That title has always meant a lot to me. Coming up, grappling in the Midwest, that was always like, I had my eye on that. Like, okay, I'm gonna hopefully one day be able to even compete in that bracket. I train multiple hours every day. I treat it like work, and I'm happy to. I just love pressure. I love being able to kind of move with the person, float with them. and stay on top. I try to do a little bit of everything, and I love to wrestle, so absolutely you won't see me pulling guard. Coming to Jeff's gym and training here, I've developed a pretty solid leg lock game, pretty solid guard game, I think. I like to attack, you know. I find a sub, I think, like 90% of the time I compete. Whether it's legs, something from my guard, something on top, I just like to hunt for that. I like to wrestle. I like to be aggressive on the feet. That usually leads to some fun scrambles. I don't have to get ready, I'll just stay ready. So like whatever pops up, I'm ready to hop in there.
Mike Santiago, black belt from Santiago Training Center, getting ready to compete on JCI2. I bring a heavy wrestling style, and I'm really excited to compete against Hayden. I see that he competes a lot. He runs his own gym out here in, I believe, Minnesota. So I think it's going to be a super exciting night, getting ready to get my hand raised.
My name is Hayden Buckner. I'm a first-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Pedro Sauer. I've been training for 18 years. I'm the owner and head coach at the Academy Eden Prairie, located on the border of Eden Prairie and Edina in Minnesota. I had the honor of competing in the Jeff Curran Invitational 1, JCI 1, and it was a blast. The production value was next level. Jeff didn't disappoint. My opponent was game, I was game. All the matches were fun to watch, and it means a lot to be brought back for JCI2. Really looking forward for this one. My style is control. I love nothing more than to get hands on my opponent, work them down, get on top, stay on top, or get behind them, stay behind them, till I can isolate a limb and get that submission. So that's what you guys are gonna see.
I found jiu-jitsu when I was a little kid watching the early UFCs, watching Royce Gracie. I always wanted to do it, and then when I was 15 years old, we drove by a jiu-jitsu gym in Northwest Indiana. I called the phone number I saw on a sign the next day. I started training. I haven't stopped training for that 27 years. I fought pro MMA for a long time, coached pro MMA. I've competed and coached all over the world. And then I've been running my full-time academy for 17 years here in Evanston. I like to compete in events I want to compete in that are fun, exciting opponents, different challenges. So the Jeff Curran Invitational is a perfect example. I saw the first one, it was an awesome show. I got a great opponent who I've never got to compete against, which is something I'm always looking for. So anytime I can fight a tough black belt who I've never got to roll against, and a great rule set and a great environment, that's what I like to do. Fans can expect high action. I want a submission. I got a really tough opponent, and I know it's gonna be hard to submit him, but I want to go for something cool. I got some real tricks I've been working on. I'm lucky to train with some of the best grapplers in the world. I want to be a dangerous grappler from anywhere, on the feet, on the ground, top, bottom, any rule set, IBJJF, ADCC, sub only, MMA. Just grapple to grapple. And again, our students and our team have competed at the highest levels everywhere and done well, so I think it works well.
Michael Muter. I train out of Open Guard, Wisconsin, affiliate of Team Curran. I've competed almost everywhere, competing at Masters Worlds, winning as a brown belt, Masters Worlds, and then doing Pans. 1-0 in MMA, so I did it late. I was probably about 39 years old, going against a 20-year-old, and it was one of my first times. I was very nervous, especially when that cage door locks, but just like all events, when the ref says go, you forget everything. You're in that moment, and it was probably one of the best moments of my life. I loved it. I like to look for everything. My favorite quote was, "Jiu-Jitsu is a lot like chess, but in Jiu-Jitsu, I don't have to let you move." So I just like that experience of just being able to stick somebody in a position where they can't move, winning, getting that checkmate, making them tap, and then just getting my hand raised at the end of the day. I'm excited. I can't believe that I get to be on a stage this big. So I'm just excited. I can't wait to see it.
Matches that are going to be coming up. It's going to be a super exciting evening. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram, all the social medias at Jeff Curran Invitational. But right now we're bringing out the black belts. Coming in with the heavy guns here. This is match number 9. It's fought under the light heavyweight division. Making his way to the Jeff Curran Invitational stage, Justin Andrews.
In steps Justin Andrews, another veteran of JCI1. And moreover, the black belts are taking center stage, Jessica. That isn't to take away anything from anybody else that's been out here, but as far as I'm concerned, this is the real meat and potatoes of the card. 44 years old is the Black Lion disciple, Justin Andrews.
His opponent making his way to the JCI stage. He is a favorite. He is Dan Hart.
Leading from the front for Hart Jiu-Jitsu is none other than owner and coach Dan Hart. Over 15 years of Jiu-Jitsu training. In his own words, you cannot ask your students to test themselves and not hold the same standard for yourself. As here we see him leading from the front, most definitely letting everybody know he is not just the coach, but he's willing to step on the front line.
All right, grappling fans, one more time. It's time for the heavy hitters. It's light heavyweight action time. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right in the black corner. He is a black belt from Team Black Lion in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He is Justin Andrews. His opponent standing to my left, grappling out of the red corner, also a black belt from Hart Jiu-Jitsu in Woodstock, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dan Hart. 7 minutes of no-gi action.
mean, Jessica, we already touched on it a little bit already, how much it means to be a coach that not just sends your fighters out there, but steps on the front line with them. That's very much the case for both of these guys, though.
Leading from the front is a necessary thing to do, but it's challenging, especially to be a competitor and a coach at the same time. But it really does elevate the energy in your gym.
Yeah, certainly. And you know, I often, not to be too silly, but I kind of equate it to, you know, a restaurant owner that won't eat at his own restaurant. It kind of makes you wonder, but if your coach is willing to put the jiu-jitsu that he's imparting on you onto the big stage for himself, putting his own name on the line, clearly he believes in what he's doing underneath the within the four walls of Heart Jiu-Jitsu.
Nothing silly about that.
You get it?
It was well said.
You get it?
It was very well said.
You got to eat at your own restaurant, man.
Go for the leg.
Strong turtle.
Stay heavy on his back. Make him carry weight.
Justin Andrews saying he's a big fan of grapplers like Wagner Rocha and Rafael Lovato Jr. Rafael Lovato Jr., he himself having a big weekend as he made his debut to collegiate wrestling. But let's stay on topic here. I look at that, though, and it tends to give you an idea of the type of, you know, whoever your favorite is. Oftentimes it's the kind of style you might want to try to emulate, right? And you got to wonder if you're going to see that same pressure, passing, just uncomfortable jiu-jitsu of like a Wagner Rocha or a Rafael Lovato. And you're kind of seeing it already from, you know, Justin Andrews as he passes to side control.
Andrews is one of those grapplers that is very vocal about how he likes the pressure, the grind, the control of it. He's not a very finesse grappler. You're not going to see a lot of crazy flexibility kind of thing. He's very assertive, and he knows his pathway to success, and that's getting on top and pressuring and staying heavy.
And I think it's so important, even at the black belt level, to not lose sight of who you are. It's fine to evolve and to continuously add to your game, but you can't lose sight of the type of jiu-jitsu that you play, and sometimes it can be difficult, and you can lose your course along the way. But that seemingly not the case for Justin Andrews, who's, as you said, very certain is the type of grappler he is. Clearly very heavy from that side control and creating back exposure here against Dan Hart.
Hart been mostly defensive this match, but just as they were guided back to the center, he was starting to mount that good defense. He was starting to build up, get to his knees, and hopefully start trying to wrestle up. He really needs to get that posture, which is being controlled by Andrews.
Dan Hart, of course, very accomplished in his own right, but clearly it's the top control of the JCI veteran, Justin Andrews, that's very difficult to deal with. Justin himself, very accomplished, double Naga belt winner, double New Breed belt winner, a coach to UFC athletes.
Working.
I love that kind of role to get somebody's balance off. However, on the bottom of Andrews, he was just ready for it, and he kind of rode him, and now he's working to get that back position. I think he has a nice control on one of the arms. I can't tell from this position, though.
Well, one thing that we're certainly seeing is he's very cognizant of not just controlling the upper body, but that right knee that he keeps across the left calf of Dan Hart. It seems to be creating a lot of control as he kind of just staples the body down there, Jessica.
No, he's doing a great job of controlling and really wearing Hart out. If I'm Hart, I'm trying to fight the hands, get the head up, get the posture, start building to my knees, get one foot up, and a wrestle out.
Nice. Come on, Jake. Yep. There you go, Justin.
There you saw Justin use that aforementioned knee across the shin to create a hook as he goes two hooks, full back control on Dan Hart.
Feel it. Feel it.
There's a little over 2 minutes remaining here in regulation.
Hart doing a good job of trying to get trying to get his hands free, trying to defend that choke. If I'm him, I'm going to try and switch to the other side, get my back to the mat so I can properly defend.
Good job on that bottom leg.
Come on.
Now, if you're Dan Hart and you've survived some pretty rough spots, but now you're dealing with Justin Andrews on your back for a little over a minute and a half, would you say it's a matter of trying to survive and start fresh, maybe reset in that overtime?
Stay heavy, keep working it up.
Try and stay safe at this point, and try to get to overtime, because I don't know that he's going to be able to get out of this position. Andrews is doing a really good job of constricting the movement. He's almost like a anaconda, a constrictor, you know? There's no real wasted movement. He's inching, moving forward into position. He's not giving Hart the space, and Hart isn't able to create the space that he needs to escape.
Yeah, a very clean performance thus far for Justin Andrews, as he's able to just continuously surf between dominant position and dominant position. All the while, though, Dan Hart showing fantastic defense and not really letting much of anything slip in.
It may not be his style, but I'd like to see a Peruvian necktie. I don't know. Just wishful thinking.
He did have a little bit of that setup sitting there. There you see him now. Justin Andrews almost momentarily attacking the neck there, no hooks.
Heavy.
Short time here in regulation, and that will be a wrap for regulation as we prepare for overtime.
Good work, good work. Napkin?
We don't have napkins. That's like she's getting that.
It looks like this may be the first bout. Yeah, first bout where some blood has been drawn. I believe a little bit of leaking from the nose. First blood. Yeah, a little leakage from the nose of Dan Hart there.
Do you want me to put a towel back?
So, as we prepare for this overtime, Jessica, why don't we talk a little bit about what you'd like to see from both fighters? Imagine you're in the corner of Dan Hart. What are you telling him?
I'm telling him to be first. Whatever game plan he feels most comfortable with, his clearest path to victory, go that way. Because he knows Andrews' game. He's seen the full array of what Andrews is going to come out and try to do. So he's got to be able to put Andrews on his heels.
And if you're Andrews, are you just maybe looking for more of the same, or you're looking to take some chances and maybe get that submission win?
If I'm Andrews, I've probably established some confidence and good data, know my pathway to success, and just get there faster. He's always talking about his cardio, him pushing the pace, so I'd like to see it maybe step up a gear or two.
And now we'll see how long this little break in the action actually goes on for, but given the way the regulation period went, who would you say this break favors more? Is it really not really of consequence?
Hart's dealing with an injury, so I feel like the longer time he gets to recover, the better. He was dealing with a lot of weight, a lot of pressure, and anything that alleviates that, lets him recover, will be good for him.
Winning the coin toss is Dan Hart, and he chooses inside the guard.
It's a good choice.
Yeah, at the very least, trying something different, as he did spend the majority of the time defending from bottom in regulation. Now we'll see what'll elapse here in overtime, as it's Justin Andrews sitting up for a guillotine there, and if nothing else, using it as a beautiful sweep.
It was a good idea, because Andrews wants to be on top. He's not shy about his game plan. He's not shy about what he did in the previous matches and in this match. So you know that's what he wanted to do. His best chance was to put Andrews on his back.
And a nice job of reversing the position by Dan Hart as he finds himself in this topside position. Are we going to see a little bit of catch wrestling here, Jessica?
We could potentially. I mean, he is holding on to it. This is probably the biggest move of the match. You run the risk going for that scarf hold position. You run the risk of getting your back taken. If you hold on, if I were him, I would have liked to have seen him, you know, cartwheel over, maybe roll over, switch to a double leg position. But now he has his back taken again.
But just a little reminder, especially at the black belt level, that you can never sleep on your opponent, because at any given moment, they could explode in a situation like that.
No, he saw his opportunity and he took it.
Yeah, absolutely. And kudos to Dan for, I mean, being on the defensive for so much of this match and still looking for those opportunities to turn things around. And kudos, of course, to Justin Andrews for working his way out there and getting back to being the hammer.
Gotta attack.
Go for it, attack.
It doesn't look like Andrews is doing a lot, but these little subtle moments of him pressing on the head of Hart, really grinding down, keeping that pressure. It's exhausting to be on bottom of that.
Yeah, exhausting, likely a little mentally defeating as well. Not to say that, you know, at the black belt level, these guys have black belt mentalities as well, but just to constantly be on that, you know, fighting somebody off for this amount of time. Very difficult.
Walk up the chest with your right hand. Left hand. 30 seconds. 20 seconds, Justin. Get back to top. Do it again.
With not a whole lot of time remaining in this overtime period, it is looking like time will elapse with Justin Andrews on the back of Dan Hart. Fantastic jiu-jitsu on display. Incredible toughness and grit by Dan Hart. Absolutely zero give up in him. Justin Andrews, though, keeping his foot on the gas from beginning to end. Let's make this an official by kicking it into Chris Ordesky.
Grappling fans, give it up for that tight technical matchup between these two light heavyweight black belts. But the judges have come to a split decision. Your winner, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, Justin
As it's a split decision for Justin Andrews as he walks away with the JCI medal. Dan Hart getting the nod from one of the judges as he is all grit. Here we take a look at some of these replays. There's that top pressure just non-stop. Justin Andrews.
Don't forget, grappling fans, we got
Takes a special
merchandise
kind
out
of
of the hallways.
cardio to do that.
Food
for
and drink.
14 total minutes, is it? 15 total minutes? I'm not a man.
Be part of the whole grappling experience. Get out with some swag.
Neither am I, but I'll say yes. You're
yes. You want to talk about a man that will do it all? There you have the man himself, Jeff Curran, out there making sure that the mats are perfectly prepared for his athletes. Athletes first at all times, for athletes by athletes, prepared by athletes, and coordinated watched by athletes, coordinated by athletes. Hopefully inspiring future athletes.
Oh my goodness, we could go on.
And I just might have to, depending on how long it takes him to clean this mat. So much fun. Christian Reynoso here alongside UFC veteran in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Jessica Penne. Of course, our guest ring announcer tonight, another Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, the Polish Hammer, Chris Hordeski. An all black belt broadcast crew that I am just so honored to be a part of.
I feel the same way.
And these matches have not disappointed, Jessica. I mean, we can count on one hand how many times we've needed the judges. As a matter of fact, we'll probably tell the judges to go ahead and call it a night, because most of these have been submissions. Just don't worry about it, guys.
We don't need you.
We got it from here.
It's okay, just enjoy the show. Just enjoy the show. We got it.
All jokes aside, our official crew doing a great job tonight. I mentioned, of course, black belts as officials as well. The highest of level being brought from beginning to end here at the Jeff Curran Invitational, JCI2, the Ascension. Ascension, such a proper name for this event because you can feel everything about this organization growing, rising, and becoming more than it was. And God only knows what could be next, as JCI already has JCI 3 and 4 in the books, dates lined up. Only time will tell, but we'll go one event at a time.
It's just like any great grappler. They learn and grow and improve after every event.
For athletes, by athletes, and being analyzed like true athletes. The Big Frog making sure everything is in place for this JCI, and it looks like we're going to be just about ready to get the night rolling. We kick it back to the Polish Hammer, Chris Hordeski.
All right, grappling fans, who's having a good time? The action continues right along. We're bringing more ladies out. This one is in the strawweight division. In match number 10, making her way to the JCI stage, Sasha Vorobyova.
Enter Sasha Vorobyeva. Ladies hitting the mat again is the 115-pound purple belt out of Taylor Biaggi Jiu-Jitsu. Taylor Biaggi, of course, herself a high-level competitor and putting out a lot of high-level athletes in her own right. Now it's Sasha Vorobyeva looking to make a name for herself.
Opponent entering the JCI stage at this time, Joy Hittin' Miller.
As Joy Hittenmiller out of Hanpa Martial Arts and Team Curran returns to the JCI stage. We saw her back at JCI 1, returning to the mat underneath the bright lights because she doesn't mind feeling the nervous excitement. She says she's ready to try a more serious competitive environment, and it doesn't get a lot more serious for a jiu-jitsu player than the JCI.
Match number 10, strawweight action, females. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. She is a purple belt from TAC Team. Making her way to the mat from Chicago, Illinois, by way of St. Petersburg, Russia. She is Sasha Vorobyova. Her opponent standing to my left, also a purple belt, representing Team Hanpa and Team Curran. Yeah! She is Joy Hittin' Miller. 7 minutes of female submission grappling action.
More submission-only action continuing at 115 pounds. Your referee, Rob Hines. Vorobyeva finishing in the top 8 at Nogi Worlds in 2025. So she may be early on in her grappling career with just 4.5 years training, but very familiar with the high pressure situations of competition. Joy Hiddenmiller with the little sweep there. A little.
That's a nice old school.
Old school. I call it the chop timber sweep when I'm talking to the kids, but a good job of working her way to the top, attacking the leg there momentarily. Is Vorobyeva. She does indeed. It seemed to have a nice deep bite as she gets the quick tap.
Wow, that was fast.
Sasha getting it done in under a minute. My word, as she takes the win back to Taylor Biaggi Jiu-Jitsu and the tag team. Whew. A PhD student in biomedical engineering. Clearly also a PhD student in Jiu-Jitsu. My goodness.
Wow.
Grappling fans, give it up for the ladies! Your winner in less than 1 minute via straight ankle lock, Sasha Vorobyeva!
Well, if you blinked, you might have missed it.
Oh, I did. And
Yeah.
I did. I was literally just about to say that. I would love to see the replay.
I was talking to you. No, there you see, as soon as she had that leg extension, and for what it's worth, Hiddenmiller was doing the right thing. You saw her reaching for the hands, trying to break that grip, but so quick to create the extension was Vorobyeva that, I mean, Hiddenmiller was in a world of trouble immediately.
Yeah, Vorobyeva wasted no time in getting her feet against the hips, extending her hips, arching her back, and really getting that full range of motion to get that submission fast.
All right, grappling fans. We are in match number 11. This one is in the lightweight division. Entering the JCI stage at this time, Vinny Velasenko.
In steps the black belt out of NJMA, Vinny Velasco. Again, I love all of competitors tonight, but when the black belts step on the man, you kind of perk up a little bit. Very well experienced with over 20 years of training is Vinny Velasco. He's absolutely honored and loves supporting the local athletes, and so excited to be here at the JCI Invitational.
And his opponent entering the JCI stage, AJ Serrano.
And okay, that will have to be the biggest pop of the night now, as AJ Full Throttle Serrano makes his way to the JCI cage. A black belt under Jeff Curran and a veteran of JCI1. The correctional officer loves to push himself, not just to his limits, but past them. In all of years of jiu-jitsu, he was given the name Full Throttle, which lets us know he is going to be all gas and no brakes here at JCI2.
It's time for the lightweights in match 11. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right out of the black corner. He is a black belt representing NJMA team in Rockford, Illinois. He is Vinny Velasco. His opponent standing to my left out of the red corner, also a black belt. He's from Team Curran. Trained by the Big Frog. He's making his way to the mat from Lake in the Hills, Illinois. He is AJ Serrano. Make some noise for these grapplers. 7 minutes.
Mark Vivas, your referee for this black belt matchup between Vinny Velasco in AJ Full Throttle Serrato. Vinny Velasco, the owner and head instructor of NJMA, his wife Carrie Ann, also a purple belt, and the kids instructor, his son Chase Velasco, an assistant kids instructor. So this is clearly a family affair for the Velascos.
Yeah, good base.
Letting you know that the training doesn't end when you walk out of that gym. My guess is that they take their training home with them, they take the business home with them, and I don't see anything wrong with that, Jessica.
Not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing if you're looking to step into the big stage like the JCI. And here he gets his chance against a real veteran in AJ Serrato.
Let's go, Serrato!
Let's go, Serrato!
Bit of a body type discrepancy as well, Jessica. You see Serrato, the stockier, more compact fighter. Serrato a little lankier. We'll see if that comes into play maybe once we do hit the mat.
Well, I mean, as you see, Velasco's really utilizing almost like a tie plum kind of situation because Serrato puts himself just right in that position because of the height discrepancy. You saw him earlier going for a bit of a foot sweep from that headlock, trying to wrap up the head. This is kind of where I saw the fight going, especially of the long and lanky grappler on bottom, the short, stockier one looking to pass and stay on top.
Yeah, and when we're talking about that body type, it's also going to make you very difficult to be submitted when it comes to like arm bars and stuff like that. You saw momentarily from the bottom of Velasco maybe looking for a Choi bar there, but you know, I've been through it as well. You know, we're smaller guys. We don't give you that much arm to work with. So AJ Serrato able to work his way out of trouble. Now inside the closed guard of Vinny Velasco with over 5 minutes to work.
Look for Serrato to try and get those arms free, establish posture. We saw that sweep work earlier with the ladies, but Serrato's having none of it. Your little timber sweep.
Again, the body type doesn't exactly lend itself to the old timber sweep. But also, we're talking about 2 black belts, right? So they're going to be wise to those sort of attacks. They've seen the chop timber sweep.
Nice angle cut by Velasco. Really great trying to off-balance him.
But it looks as if these guillotines may be the money move for Vinny Velasco as he's fishing for another one, and this time has a nice bite under the chin of AJ Serrato.
I could see him jump to guard again or shuck him down and try and advance from there, but Serrato, having none of it, fought the hands off and created space.
Remaining resilient, remaining cool under pressure.
He's been there before.
10 years of training, a black belt under the Big Frog. Yeah, he's been there. As the chants of AJ pour in from the sold-out Vixen here in McHenry, Illinois.
Judo. You got this, Come on,
Let's go, Serrato!
Vinny Velasco going airborne momentarily.
Nice!
But Serrato wise to it, and now he's locking up a front headlock of his own and trying to advance to back. Gets that top position. That was a very nice scramble.
A beautiful scramble as AJ uses that potential guillotine to threaten the back and then settle into side control. And something tells me that is a heavy, pressure-filled side control for Full Throttle.
With just under 3 minutes to work. Switching to north-south, looking for that maybe north-south choke. Maybe looking to isolate one of those arms.
I mentioned when you're a stockier fighter, you don't give your opponent as much arm to work with. Conversely, if you're the lankier fighter, well, then maybe you give him a little bit more arm than he's used to.
2 minutes.
Advancing, is that to full mount? Hard to see from. Oh, no, he does have that half guard. Does Vinny Velasco.
Come on, AJ.
Inside, cut pass.
Pass. Get to the leg. AJ, under 2 minutes, pass. On your toes, AJ, pass. Cross side knee cut. Right cross side. Pass.
There you go. There you go.
Serrato looking to potentially lace up a neck momentarily, but remaining active is Vinny Velasco. It's like it almost looked momentarily like he was going to try to go shin to shin as he pulled that leg in, but it feels as if maybe he's going to look for some sort of leg attack.
Yeah. Heavy.
Serrato being so heavy with the upper portion of the body is distracting Velasco. Velasco has a nice butterfly hook half guard situation, but he's really not utilizing it because he's so distracted by the top pressure.
1 minute, let's go.
Just continuously making it uncomfortable is Serrato. And it certainly does feel like Serrato's just waiting for that opportunity to advance his position.
I think waiting is the key word. That's what's not working for him right now. You have to create it, especially when you have this kind of pressure person on top of you.
Back step.
With not a lot of time remaining in regulation, continuously looking to pass, potentially looking for that back step, is AJ Serrato. With 15 seconds left in regulation, it looks as if we're going to be headed to another overtime between these two high-level black belts.
Good. Yeah, come on, AJ. Yeah. Woo. Very good.
So I think this coin flip is very important, as it does go to the fan favorite, AJ Serrato.
Come on, AJ! Let's go, AJ!
And if I'm not mistaken, he chose neutral. Indeed, the first person to go to overtime tonight and choose neutral. Clearly, AJ felt something on the feet that he feels could be an opportunity in this additional period. Jessica?
I think that was a wise choice. I mean, if he had chosen, bottom with Serrato inside of his guard, it could have put him at a disadvantage just based off of his previous experience. He's confident with the leverage he can create with being able to kind of off balance and get the takedown or jump to guard again.
There we see another snap down there from Velasco, potentially looking to threaten another guillotine, but it's AJ that momentarily latches on.
Come on.
Yeah, Serrato understands his path to victory. He had success off of that front headlock previously. It ended up getting him into a top position. It's very smart.
Let's go, 2 minutes, let's go.
But now Velasco is allowing himself to kind of get pushed back and allowing Serrato to step into that next gear.
Yeah, you have to wonder if it has something to do maybe with the way he's approaching the overtime period, or if it's a gas situation. Now, as Velasco looks to attack a standing Kimura, AJ Serrato takes the opportunity to work his way to the back, stay on top, and now threatening a north-south choke. Bailing on it at just the right time, Jessica.
Come on, AJ. Come on, AJ, move. Let's go, back up. There you go.
It does feel as if Velasco is thinking about doing something with that right arm of Serrato, and if
Serrato's digging that knee into his tailbone, though. That's what he was thinking.
There is indeed the arm that was in peril, getting attacked, but working his way out is AJ full throttle Serrato. Less than a minute left in overtime. Should this elapse, we will head to the judges' scorecards.
That was a really, really nicely timed armbar attempt, and even better defense than Serrato. He felt it coming.
And then the question becomes, what will the judges deem more important? Will it be the toughness and the ability to stay on top of AJ Serrato, or will it be the near finish attempt or the closer finish attempt? There's another pass. Potentially the nail in the coffin for AJ Serrato, but we shall see.
This is a hard one to score.
Tough one. Very happy to be a nerd in the broadcast booth.
You don't want to take a swing at it?
No, I don't. You keep those scorecards away from me, friend. Great matchup between two very tough, very game 155ers.
That was definitely a fun one. I love the scrambles.
Hands up!
Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for this high-level black belt match. After 3 minutes of overtime action, the judges have come to a unanimous decision. Your winner from Team Curran Jiu-Jitsu, AJ
That was a tricky one to call, but a unanimous decision going in favor of Full Throttle Serrato, excuse me. I think it must have just been that constant top pressure, Jessica. Here we take a look at the UnJunked instant replay. Velasco indeed did go for some attempts there. He did try to remain active. But again, black belt on black belt, you're gonna be dealing with somebody that's equally wise to a lot of these attacks.
It was a fun match to watch. Each person left it all out there. They took risks. They showed their skill set, their awareness, offense, defense. It was very, very well put together.
Yeah, and kudos to AJ as well for remaining the course, right? We talked about it earlier. Sometimes you go off track and you lose sight of who you are as a competitor. He very much stuck to the game plan, got it done, workmanlike. A great outing for both fighters, but the big win goes to AJ Serrato.
Melusos is my favorite skincare product line. I can't tell you enough how much I love my skin now, especially with training 3 times a day, showering after each session. Your skin can take a lot of damage, and with this skincare, I just don't feel that anymore. It's super clean. I think that that's something that we should all strive for. The best thing is like knowing that my skin isn't taking damage from the products that I'm using. Like, I'm a firm believer in this stuff. It's the best. Melusos.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
Let's get back to the action. We are at match number 12. It is being contested in the female division at bantamweight. Making her way to the JCI stage, Chelsea DiCaprio.
In steps the purple belt and veteran of JCI1, Chelsea DiCaprio. We saw her last time looking absolutely sensational. Now she steps back with Jeff Serafin in her corner. Of course, he won half our main event later tonight. This girl is an IBJJF American Nationals champion, Pans Gold champion. She's been around the block.
Her opponent, entering the JCI stage, Taylor Meredith.
The purple belt's out of Real Movement in Martial Arts. In steps Meredith Taylor. A competitor and a leader at Real Movement in Martial Arts. She takes great pride in the work they've done in the women's program there. She feels like her most memorable match was when she broke her arm in her first competition, but not letting that discourage her. I think that speaks volumes of the type of person she is, Jeff.
One more time, this is match number 12. This is in the female division, being contested at bantamweight. Introducing first the grappler standing to my right. Out of the black corner, she is a purple belt. Making her way to the mat from Serafin BJJ. And coming to the mat out of Chicago, Illinois, she is Chelsea DiCaprio. Her opponent standing to my left, grappling out of the red corner, also a purple belt. Representing Real Movement and Martial Arts with Coach Joey Deal. From St. Charles, Illinois, she is Taylor Meredith. 7 minutes of female grappling action. Your referee takes it away.
I know we're starving.
Chelsea DiCaprio taking on Taylor Meredith here in the 12th bout of the evening.
Wasting no time jockeying for position.
It's what you guys do, Jessica. You guys just immediately want to go right at each other. How about a feeling out process, no?
This is their version of that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Ankle up? The girl who got beat was this girl ran into the cage before.
Chelsea DiCaprio, of course, I touched on some of the accolades. But my goodness, is this young lady a very game and active competitor, like a lot of the folks coming out of Serafin BJJ. I mentioned, of course, IBJJF American Nationals, Pans Gold, IBJJF Nogi Blue Masters, ranked #1. A 2-time Arte Suave Super Fight winner. I mean, the accolades just kind of keep on coming. But if there's anything we can say about just about anyone coming out of Real Movement and Martial Arts, you know Joey Deal is not sending them out if they are not game and ready. So surely that's the case with Taylor Meredith.
DiCaprio grabbing a leg, working to the body, but as she does, Meredith tried to grab that guillotine.
Thanks.
Little break in the action as Mark the Shark Wallen restarts the action here. Center mat.
I like how Meredith wasted no time in getting her butterfly hooks in front of her and trying to attack. DiCaprio sound to it though, so she's working on controlling those legs, keeping safe, and then ultimately trying to pass.
An aggressive passing game from the top is what I think we're getting from Chelsea DiCaprio. She's just very methodical in her movements. With that being said, there you see Taylor Meredith looking to isolate a leg, and she does so.
Really slick from bottom by Meredith.
And using the opportunity.
The back take. I hope they restart them from that position.
So she takes the leg entanglement, she uses it to work her way back up to the feet and threaten the back.
Oh, I wish she had just really solidified that broomstick position and sat her down on her butt. She would have had her back.
It's just so tempting to go for that seat belt, you know, to get the arms in that seat belt position early on. And wise to it was Chelsea DiCaprio turning the corner at just the right time. Now we find ourselves back inside the guard of Taylor Meredith, which we've already learned is not necessarily a safe place to be.
It's not, but I like what DiCaprio's doing. She's staying heavy. She's keeping really good posture and pressure at the same time. She's slowly trying to move forward and pass those legs. But Meredith again, turning her, threatening that leg.
Cross-face hard with your left, take the bear trap. Split your left knee through. Left knee through. Take your time there, Chelsea. Trap their leg. Yes, bigger for your legs. You want to trap it? Yes. Oh, yeah, baby. Nice, Chelsea. That's nice, Chelsea.
Chelsea using a potential choke. It looked like hard to see from our vantage point, but it didn't look like she was under the chin momentarily. Now looking to isolate that far side arm.
This is not the time to stay stationary. Meredith needs to get that back to the mat, get up to her knees, defend that arm, and she does.
Keep that pop. Good. Good, let him again.
Works her way out of the position she's in and immediately starts attacking a leg. Chelsea potentially threatening a toe hold of her own.
Good. Let it fight. Reverse it before. Good. Nice. Heavy pressure, Chelsea. Heavy. Watch your heel. Good. Good, Chelsea. Beautiful. Nice. Beautiful pass.
DiCaprio doing a good job of stepping out of danger.
2 minutes, Chelsea.
Yeah, Meredith was trying to wrestle up off of that single, and DiCaprio was wise to it.
Nice. Heavy pressure. 2 minutes, Taylor. The same threat. I love that pass, Chelsea. Nice, I'm liking that. I'm liking that one, Chelsea. What's that? Top drag across. Heavy pressure with that hip. Put that weight in that knee. Make her carry. Make her carry. Nice, Chelsea. There you go. You got to commit to that. Keep off balance. 90 seconds, Chelsea.
The butterfly hook being employed by Meredith, but DiCaprio just keeping so much pressure. Now locking in a leg lock of her own is Chelsea DiCaprio.
Meredith wisely, oh, she jumps to guard.
You've got to love the way DiCaprio is willing to just go, Meredith was willing to just go for it there, giving up that top position because she thought she had a chance at the choke. And I mean, at the end of the day, this is submission only, Jessica. So I love to see people just go for broke. And, you know, position, of course, is paramount, but sometimes you just got to swing.
No, that's the kind of energy I like to see in these kind of rule sets, because it gives you an opportunity to just not necessarily let caution to the wind, but it lets you take risks.
And as you mentioned earlier, when you're short time in regulation, it's essentially free move time, as they say in wrestling, right? Free move, because either it works or you go to overtime, right? So if you're going to let it all hang out, you do it right now. And there you see
DiCaprio trying to wrap that up.
DiCaprio.
Man, these ladies are both just offense. Meredith looking a little bit fresher than DiCaprio at this point. DiCaprio taking big breaths. I think this break has come at the right time.
That is a very good point. It does look as if DiCaprio is taking potentially the more labored breaths. with that being said, we just have a 3-minute overtime ahead of us. So it's a matter of having that much gas in the tank. DiCaprio got the coin toss. She turned to her corner to help her make the decision. Jeff Serafin let her know that is your call. And DiCaprio goes for neutral.
I want to see Meredith take advantage of this neutral position and really start pushing her like she was doing at the end of the free round.
And if you're DiCaprio, you need to be mindful of the fact that no matter how many attempts and good positions you may have had during regulation, again, tabula rasa, clean slate going into these overtimes, that all goes out the window, and it's a matter of your performance, or your performance over the next 180 seconds. You see Taylor Meredith looking to stay in the driver's seat in this overtime period.
She's got to. I mean, one big move can steal the round for you.
A very interesting matchup here as we approach the last 90 seconds of overtime. This jockeying of positions is so important right now, Jessica. It really will dictate
nice double leg. Look at that setup.
Perfectly timed double leg takedown.
Beautiful. That constant push really opened up that double leg for Meredith against DiCaprio. And I'm not one for saying safe, but she is up in the judge's mind, right? So if she can continue that pressure.
DiCaprio was creating space momentarily before the break in the action there, so we go back to neutral with under a minute left. Meredith does have that one takedown completion in her back pocket.
Yeah, she needs to stay with that forward pressure, maybe get another takedown. No backing up, ladies, no backing up.
30 seconds left in a matchup that may or may not have had the most submission attempts in regulation of any matches we've seen tonight. These ladies have been absolutely going for it. It's been a very technical, though, stand-up jockeying affair in overtime.
I like the rowdiness.
Yeah, I do too, and I think you talked about the forward pressure of Meredith, and I think that could bode favorably for her in the eyes of the judges, because despite maybe not too much happening in that overtime, it did look as if she was in the driver's seat. It did look like she was creating the engagements.
It's mat control. She was driving the action, pushing the pace. She did get a big double leg takedown. It was the biggest moment of the overtime.
We'll see if the judges agree. We go back to Chris Hordeski.
Grappling enthusiasts, let's give it up for these two purple belt jiu-jitsu warriors. What a great match in the female division. But the judges have come to a unanimous decision after that overtime round. And your winner, from Real Movement and Martial Arts, Taylor Meredith!
Indeed, it was Taylor Meredith getting the nod after the overtime period. As you said, Jessica, the biggest moment of the overtime period was likely that takedown. And it looks like that may have been enough to get her the nod. Let's take a look at the instant replay, Jessica. As we take a look at this EPRO group service instant replay, there you see DiCaprio having to fight off several leg lock attempts, which is likely, is my guess, that she chose that neutral position because she didn't want to go on bottom. She was dealing with some leg lock entanglements when she was inside the guard of Meredith. So my assumption is that's why it led to the neutral positioning in overtime.
I think she probably felt a little bit more confident getting the takedown because Meredith was so willing initially to go to her back. Because again, it's not scoring anything. I think that she had a good entry to the single leg and saw that maybe that was her path to victory.
Game plan, game plan, game plan. We shall see as we move forward here to our next bout at JCI2.
All right, grappling fans, we are back in action. Bout number 13 is in the featherweight division. Making his way to the JCI stage at this time, Edgar Barão.
Enter Edgar Barón out of Capital City, BJJ in the tag team. A blue belt. Stepping underneath the bright lights here at JCI. Career highlights include a submission of the night victory via Peruvian necktie at the first JCI. Now, coming to us out of Madison, Wisconsin by way of Monterrey, Nueva León, Mexico.
His opponent entering the JCI stage, Caleb Brown.
In steps Caleb Brown. A warm reception for Brown as he makes his way to the JCI stage. We're going to talk about accolades. This guy once went 15-1 in a day at the Arnold Classic. With some big names across him, guys like Dorian Olivares, Calvin Tacey. Like, this guy has been in there with some tough characters. But he knows that the lights here at the JCI are extra bright. We'll see what Caleb Brown's able to do with it.
Enthusiasts, it's time for match number 13, featherweight division action. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. He's out of the black corner. He is a blue belt, representing Capital City, BJJ, and Team TAC. From Madison, Wisconsin, by way of Monterrey, Nuevo León, Mexico. Here's Edgar Barón. His opponent standing to my left, in the red corner, he is a purple belt, training under black tie Jiu-Jitsu. From Paw Paw, Michigan, by way of Kalamazoo, he is Caleb Brown. Sub-only action, 7 minutes begins.
This is the guy that beat Trick.
Edgar Barón out of Capital City, BJJ in the tag team, taking on Caleb Brown. The purple belt out of black tie Jiu-Jitsu. Immediately going for this front headlock position, potential Darce implications. Threatening well, potentially would have been the fastest submission of the night, my word.
Oh, and he's tapping.
Getting the job done and getting it done quick.
Oh, I think he was halfway out.
Is Caleb Brown. My word. How about this, Jessica? When asked about his rituals or traditions, before a match, Caleb Brown said he just likes getting that ape-like mindset. Clearly, he was deep in that ape-like mindset. Went out there and snatched up the neck of Edgar Barón.
That was fast and that was tight.
Grappling fans, let's give it up for these two. But the submission came in 28 seconds via Darce choke. Your winner, Caleb Brown!
Well, Caleb Brown recognizing he isn't getting paid by the hour as he goes out and gets the job done quick. My word. All it took was just a touch of that chin strap exposure, and he was jumping on that bad boy, all systems go, and immediately going into that headlock series right into the Darce, just butter.
And Varane was defending wisely. He had his arm extended on the hip, trying to create that space. It was just tight, and Brown was unrelenting with that pressure.
There's only so much you can do. I mean, let's take a look at the replay, but you could probably replay the whole match as we were under 30 seconds. The second he slapped on that Darce, he was just chasing. And actually putting Barone out momentarily. A statement-like performance there for Caleb Brown.
All right, grappling fans. Once again, let's bring out the ladies. Match number 14, strawweight division, making her way to the JCI stage, Isabel Dawson.
Representing Team Enigma and Pika Pow is Isabel Dawson, the 20-year-old blue belt. Very active in the competitive scene with experience, not just winning IBJJF gold, but also on the ADCC circuit. 20+ gold medals already underneath the belt of young Isabel Dawson.
Her opponent entering the JCI stage at this time, Terry Romero.
Now, if we're going to talk about people that can get the job done quick in matches you don't want to blink for, enter Terry Romero. We saw her pick up a sensational finish at JCI1. It was quick, it was fast, it was explosive. And if you don't mind your P's and Q's in the guard of Terry Romero, you could be the next victim. We shall see as Romero squares off against Isabel Dawson.
Match number 14, strawweight female action. Introducing first the grappler standing to my right. In the black corner, she is a blue belt, representing Team Enigma and Team Train Hard, Be Kind. From Waynesville, Missouri, Isabel Dawson! Her opponent standing to my left, out of the red corner, she is a purple belt from Real Movement and Martial Arts by Coach Joey Deal. She's from Elk Grove, Illinois, by way of Glendale Heights. She is Terry Romero. We're back to the ladies. It's 7 minutes of action.
Let's do it. Terry Romero taking on Isabel Dawson. In a very exciting match, you kind of felt the energy rise when these two ladies stepped out onto the mat, Jessica, as they both clearly bring plenty of energy and fanfare. The ladies doing it again, Jessica.
Did you have any doubts?
No,
I told you in the beginning that this would happen.
I know better than to doubt the ladies, and I know even better than to voice it.
I mean, it looks good. It does. But I want to go a little bit darker.
Nice! Sitting back is Isabel Dawson.
Well, Romero got an underhook, shucked her forward looking for the head, so Dawson wisely pulled instead of having to, fight that front head control.
I guess that kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, is movements and positions going according to it's your decision, right? It's the difference between pulling guard and getting tossed into guard, right?
Exactly.
I like that active foot on the hip there.
Just catch
Keep that active foot on the hip. Hey, dig on the right leg as well.
Terry sitting back on the leg and immediately digging for that heel hook. Spinning and looking to clear her knee line was Dawson, but pulling it back in was Romero and eliciting the tap.
And Dawson was doing the right thing. She was trying to defend. I would like to see her fight the hands a little bit more because Romero was eager to get those hands together.
Yeah, and you saw that, as you said, Isabel was doing the right thing. She did clear her knee line momentarily, but Terry Romero is just relentless when she gets a hold of these submissions, sucks it up, gets it done, and now 2-0 in the
Ladies
JCI.
and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for the ladies! Woo! Your winner, via heel hook, Terry Romero!
Good work.
Again, Terry Romero advancing to 2-0 underneath the JCI bright lights as she picks up a beautiful submission win. Let's take a look at that instant replay brought to you by UnJunked.
Romero does a great job keeping that posture, pressure, and then she isolated the leg and started attacking right away.
Don't forget, grappling fans.
See, if you blinked, you missed another little adjustment there. That was clutch. Dawson cleared her knee line, but Romero grabbed right above the knee, right on that quad, and sucked it back in and put her in an absolute world of danger. Great win for Terry Romero.
Make some noise, guys. Make some noise. The camera's coming to you. Who's having a good time? JCI2, Ascension, let's go!
Well, an absolutely packed house here at the Vixen in McHenry, Illinois.
Stay ahead. What's the movement schedule?
Making his way to the JCI stage, Dylan Lemons.
Yeah! What the promo is.
30-year-old blue belt out of Seraphin BJJ, Dylan Lemons. Another athlete coming to us out of, as I mentioned, Seraphin BJJ, of course, their head coach in the main event later tonight. But Dylan Lemons accomplished in his own right the 135-pound ninja grappling champion, claiming silver at Gi Pans in 2025 as a white belt. But to be stepping into those deep waters as a white belt lets you know that his trajectory was a great one. Picking up wins on multiple super fights now, stepping into the JCI stage.
Entering the JCI stage at this time, Jason Roberts.
Enter the brown belt, Jason Roberts. 8 years of jiu-jitsu training underneath his belt, but also 4 years of judo. Training out of Team Enigma, Train Hard, Be Kind affiliation. Underneath head coach Aaron Brooks, who we'll also see later tonight. Humble saying, I don't have a lot of accomplishments, but I have some ADCC medals. I think that's
all right, grappling fans, match number 15 is in the featherweight division. Introducing first the grappler standing to my right. In the black corner, he is a blue belt, training at Seraphin BJJ and Peoria Athletic Club from Pekin, Illinois. He is Dylan Lemons. His opponent standing to my left in the red corner, he is a brown belt from Team Enigma and Team Train Hard, Be Kind from Waynesville, Missouri. He is Jason Roberts. The blue belts throw down in match number 15.
It's a purple belt and brown belt. Leave the belts out.
Dylan Lemons taking on Jason Roberts in our 15th match of the evening, which is kind of hard to believe, Jessica, because we've had non-stop action, so many submissions. This night has just been flying by. Dylan Lemons on bottom guard now.
On top.
This side.
Totally.
There you go. There you go. He's got it. Oh, shit.
Ooh, very quickly.
It happened so fast.
Yeah, that's another one of those. If you blink, you might miss it. As Jason Roberts pulls off a very, very quick finish. I suppose when matchmakers give you lemons, you make an armbar. I hadn't done a good dad joke in a while. So
It had been a minute. I really,
it was time.
you know, I needed
Grappling
it.
fans.
I needed that. Thank you.
45 seconds into the round, your winner, Jason Roberts!
Jason Roberts, very explosive. And just, I'm going to call that opportunistic. Just he saw it, he took it, and he finished it quick. Let's take a look at the instant replay, Jessica.
Listen, he snapped him down. He got the ankle pick. He got on top as, Lemons was trying to transition up. He snatched up an arm, and it was over.
Yeah, absolutely. What a performance there by Jason Roberts with a big win here in these bright lights at JCI2. We talked about how quickly these are going, and that's another one in the books.
All right, grappling fans, we're in match number 16. Female action in the flyweight division. Making her way to the JCI stage, Cheris Forgot Johnson.
In steps the brown belt out of Hand Paw and Team Curran, Cheris Forgot Johnson. a very active competitor coming out of a very, very high-level team. I say that unbiasedly, of course. Already with 8 years of training underneath her belt, having competed in a variety of competitions and rule sets from ADCC to IBJJF all the way to EBI.
Opponent entering the JCI stage, Paige Maz.
Here comes the 35-year-old purple belt out of Black Lion, Paige Maz. Having competed in events like CJI, the World Championships, the Masters Pans, and being a world medalist in her own right, very accomplished. And the big stage is not by any means unfamiliar for Paige Maz as she steps in to JCI.
Grappling fans, match number 16, flyweight action. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. In the black corner, from Team Hanpa and Team Curran, from Rockford, Illinois, she is Cheris Forgot Johnson. Her opponent, standing to my left, in the red corner, from Black Lion Academy, in Grand Rapids, Michigan, she is Paige Maz. The females throw down.
Your referee for this matchup is Mark the Shark Wallen. As Charis and Paige lock up. Charis immediately falling back and lacing up a beautiful leg lock. Right now, if you're Charis, I mean, the world is your oyster. A very nice bite on the legs. Good job by Maz extracting that leg.
Still on the defense, though, even though she has top position, Forgot Johnson still has like stickiness to that leg.
Not to mention, if your opponent sits back and kind of laces up a leg in such style, you know you're dealing with somebody that's going to be more than happy to work from the bottom. Somebody that likely has, you know, quite a bit of tools in the box as far as leg entanglements, working from the bottom, inversions potentially. So you got to be mindful when you're inside the guard of somebody like that.
She showed her hand early, so yes, she should be very aware that that's going to be for the course.
She's always competing, but so is Paige.
But both of these athletes coming out of very high-level gyms, of course, Team Handpaw and Black Lion. We saw earlier in the night one of the coaches, of course, from Handpaw. I'm sorry, from Black Lion on the stage.
Paige looking, Maz looking strong and heavy on top, looking to kind of just like untangle the web that is Forgot Johnson. And now she's into more of a offensive position, looking to really lift those hips up and start passing.
Yeah, but when you go for that double under and you allow somebody to lock up that underhook bite on an arm, that is a good way to get stuck in a triangle. Exactly.
It is. With that double under pass, you have to be really heavy. You have to really isolate those hips.
Now it's Paige sitting back for a leg lock.
It looks like she has a good, looks like she has a good bite on it.
My goodness, and getting the tap is Paige Maz. Charis showed early that she does know quite a bit about leg locks, but it's Maz getting the entanglement and the beautiful bite and getting it done. Taking home the finish to Black Lion. Of course, earlier we saw Justin Andrews. Now this win goes home with Paige Maz.
Good match. Give it up for the ladies in match number 16. The tap was secured via straight ankle lock. Your winner, Paige
You know, you verbalize things in an interesting fashion, Jessica. You said Charis may have shown her hand early. And I wonder if that was the case, because after that initial leg entanglement, it really did feel like Paige knew, okay, I gotta mind my P's and Q's as far as this goes, but keep things a little bit cleaner from the top. And then when her opportunity presented itself, she jumped all over it. Here you see it in the replay. A great job of lacing up a leg of her own.
You saw Maz weather the storm early, and once she saw I guess when she felt the game of Fergat Johnson, I think she felt like she had to now be on the offense. She now had to go first, so she disengaged, re-entered on her own terms. I loved it.
Handled beautifully, and another win going back to Black Lion as we keep the ball rolling here at the JCI2.
All right, Jiu-Jitsu enthusiasts, we're in match number 17. Who's having a great time again? I'm having a great time. Let's keep it going. Match 17, bantamweight action. Making his way to the JCI stage, Rico Tally.
In steps Rico Tally, up brown belt out of Pura Vida MMA and BJJ. An accomplished mixed martial artist as well. We talked about it earlier in the night. It's always great to see these MMA fighters that are willing and so confident in their jiu-jitsu to step into these deep waters, Jessica. But this guy's gotten it done in grappling as well. An XFL grappling champion, grappling games winner. He's been around the block of the grappling game as well, so my guess is he knows what to do out there.
His opponent entering the JCI stage, Mark Millar.
Another big pop for a fan favorite that you most certainly can understand as to why he is a fan favorite. If you watch JCI1, there is no doubt you discussed this gentleman right here as Mark Millar took on Justin Seeberger in quite possibly the match of the year, if not the decade, at JCI1. Now, trying his hand here at JCI2 as he takes on a very game Rico Tally. Now, the moment belongs to Mark Millar. You feel the energy. I'm not lying. Jessica, tell the fans at home, those are real goosebumps.
He's got goosebumps, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
All right, grappling fans. Match 17. It's in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right in the black corner from Pura Vida MMA and BJJ. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, from Hobart, Indiana, he is Rico Tally! His opponent standing to my left, in the red corner, from Heart Jiu-Jitsu. Making his way to the mat from Woodstock, Illinois, he is Mark Millar. The bantamweights throw down for 7 minutes. Let's go.
It's Rico Tally taking on Mark Millar here. You know what is most certainly, it's not a stretch to call a feature bout at the JCI2. Absolutely electric from beginning up until right now, guys, and so much action ahead of us. Christian Reynoso alongside Jessica Penne, of course, special guest ring announcer, the Polish Hammer, Chris Hordeski. You can hear a pin drop all of a sudden in here, Jessica. Everyone is waiting with bated breath for this matchup.
I feel like I'm in Japan.
The big frog reaches over and says, it's reminiscent of the matches in Japan when the entire arena goes silent because they're true students of the game. They want to take it all in as it is. I think all of us are going to sit down and just kind of enjoy the fun here, and I hope you guys are enjoying the action at home. Of course, the JCI2 being brought to you free on YouTube. Fighters first, the sport first, growing jiu-jitsu, of course, is the big frog, Jeff Curran. Potentially a stray finger making its way to the eye of Rico Talley.
Chuck, time.
Of course, Talley will get a moment before he re-engages. I know that was unintentional, just something that kind of happens when you're grappling.
Yeah, definitely. And it's easier to work through a little bit of an eye poke in grappling than it is in, let's say, an MMA fight, right?
Yes, agreed. Talley getting that collar tie. And it looks like Millar is trying to maybe get in position for a throw by, trying to get underneath the reach of Talley.
Mark Millar, not only a black belt at Heart Jiu-Jitsu, but also an instructor looking to inspire his students.
Well, if you saw his last match, you were definitely inspired.
Yeah, again, if you haven't, as soon as you're done with JCI2 later tonight, do yourself a favor and look up Mark Millar versus Justin Seeberger. But let's go one Millar match at a time.
Nice.
Jumping for a flying triangle there was Rico Talley. A beautiful job of going one arm in and one arm out. Looking to get his angle now is the brown belt Talley.
And he gets the tap.
What a finish and what a statement for Rico Talley. Taking home a highlight reel finish back to Pura Vida. Pura vida y pura acción from Rico Talley. What a feather in the cap for Rico Talley as he gets the job done.
Grappling fans, let's make some noise for your winner via flying triangle, Rico Talley.
A definite highlight reel finish for Rico Talley. It's one of those things, they were kind of jockeying for position on the feet, and you have to wonder if he was maybe trying to lull Millar to sleep a little bit on the feet with that jockeying, because I'll tell you what, not a lot of us saw that coming.
Well, he stayed heavy on the head for so long. He was looking to, grab a guillotine, maybe shuck his head down, go for a double. There's so many options from that heavy, heavy collar tie that he was using on Millar. And the flying triangle just caught him off guard by the element of,
Yeah, the element of surprise certainly coming into play as Talley did a great job of controlling that wrist and the head. What a finish.
An exciting finish to match number 17. Who's ready to see some big boys throw down? All right. It's time for the heavyweights. Making his way to the JCI stage, Cody Sirks.
The action continues as brown belt Cody Sirks steps onto the mat. It's time for some heavyweights, ladies and gentlemen. Cody Sirks, 33 years old, ready to make a name for himself tonight. Again, out of the Academy of Combat Arts, training along greats like Dylan
His
Spicer.
opponent, entering the JCI stage, Colton Folliard.
And there is another big pop for Colton Folliard out of Real Movement MMA. A very accomplished purple belt. I mean, this guy is already taking home gold medals in the advanced division at ADCC Opens. ADCC Open Chicago champion at blue and purple. 2024 ADCC champion of the Phoenix Open.
Grappling fans, it's time
So
for
many
the big
accolades.
boys in match
I don't have time,
18.
Disco.
Introducing first the grappler standing to my right. He's making his way to the mats from the Academy of Combat Arts, representing Team Pedro Sauer Jiu-Jitsu. From Fargo, North Dakota, he is Cody Sirks. His opponent standing to my left in the red corner, from Real Movement and Martial Arts, coached by Joey Deal. In Wonder Lake, Illinois, he is Colton Folliard. 7 minutes of grappling action with the big boys.
Cody Sirks taking on Colton Folliard in this heavyweight matchup. I talked about the accolades of Colton Folliard with only 4.5 years of training already making such a name for himself. But let's just be honest, this guy is an athlete, a former NCAA Division I linebacker at Western Illinois.
That helps.
Say that's gonna help. But that is not to take away from the commitment it takes and the high level instruction that it takes to be an athlete and to take those tools and to actually do something with them, right? A good job there.
Wow,
of snatching
nice
up.
reversal by Sirks.
Yeah.
And then a counter reversal by Folliard, and he's going for the arm.
Cody Sirks using a little pop there up from the up kick. You saw Sirks using that Kimura trap
Does that make sense?
to threaten the back, and they're kind of in a back and forth, top and middle, little break in the action after an up kick caught Folliard in the nose.
Both of them in a bit of a 50-50 position in their entanglement up on the feet. Really awesome job changing levels by Folliard and getting onto a top position now in half guard.
Now, Sirks showed us he's plenty dangerous, but let's call a spade a spade. Folliard is not the kind of guy you want to have on top of you smashing.
Elbows are wide open.
You see Folliard, he has kind of a top half guard position, and he's really working that that underhook.
One thing we're seeing from all the fighters out of Real Movement and martial arts is just, obviously they're incredibly high level tacticians, but I love their head positioning. They're just always safe. Now advancing to a north-south position is Colton Folliard.
Sirks does not want to stay too flat in this position, but he also doesn't want to get too explosive and get like leave an arm vulnerable. Because if you've been paying attention, Folliard has been looking to isolate an arm since the start of this match.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in with somebody as dangerous and heavy from the top as Colton Folliard. You obviously don't want to risk that north-south, but as you mentioned, fishing for those arms and keeping Sirks guessing.
Right.
The longer Cirque stays stationary, the more Folliard has an opportunity to advance and get ahead.
You need him in the center. All I can see is Cowboy Joey.
Is Coach Joey Deal getting some love from the fans from the corner? You gotta love Joey Deal.
How can you not?
How can you not? Oh!
What was
Very tricky. Well, what happened was as they jockeyed for a position, Colton Folliard started to lock in what looked like the beginnings of an anaconda. However, they will be started from neutral, and it's Folliard pulling guard.
Odd to see him switch it up like that after having such success on top.
Goes to show how confident he is in his entire jiu-jitsu game. Again, not surprising for somebody coming out of real movement in MMA. I mean, Joey is a very well-rounded grappler in his own right, of course. Fantastic lineage. It doesn't get much better than that. So he's going to impart that same sort of well-roundedness on his fighters. And I mean, even if your guy is an NCAA Division I linebacker, you got to teach him some guard. Using that aforementioned guard to work his way to the top.
230 Golden.
What a beautiful pass there by Colton Folliard. Well, inside that knee shield Z guard of Cirque, he's able to maneuver his way out. Now, potentially a knee on belly situation. Jessica, if you're Colton Cirque and you're just dealing with this constant pressure from the top, I mean, I was going to ask how you handle it other than continuing to trying to move.
I think that's the key to it. The stationary moments need to stop. The seeing what happens, seeing what he's going to do needs to be taken away, and he needs to start creating some sort of urgency to get on top, to separate, to start trying to figure out where his path to victory is, because lying on your back and being afraid to open up is not going to get you there.
Yeah, and it feels like obviously Colton Folliard knows that as well. So when he does get into that north-south, or he gets in these positions, he just smashes those shoulder blades of Cirque back into the mat.
Let's go!
A good job of bumping and creating that separation momentarily there by Cirque.
But it needs to continue.
Correct.
That's what I'm talking about. It needs to continue. So the first big movement worked, and then Folliard gets to adjust and then end up in another dominant position. And what I'd like to see is Cirque continually just move, create separation.
Again, easier said than done.
Absolutely.
When you've got somebody like the Cowboy.
It's easier to stay sitting here behind a desk.
Fair enough. I love our seat,
but that's
our
what we're here
point.
for.
Amen to that. Little under 30 seconds remaining in regulation.
Let's go, Colton!
Colton sits back for a leg.
And he gets the finish just before.
With about a second left in regulation, the Cowboy.
And that is a well-fitted hat.
My
Love
goodness, what a finish, what a celebration. The Cowboy, Colton Folliard.
Send him to the bomb!
I mean, that's what it's all about, Jessica. You stay hunting.
Let's give it up for the heavyweights. But your winner, via chokehold at the bell, Colton
Colton Folliard getting the job done just as literally just as regulation is about to expire. That kind of speaks to our point from earlier, Jessica, when we were talking about, like, you know, in those last 30 seconds or so of regulation, you might as well go for it. What's the worst thing that'll happen, right?
This is the type of match that took advantage of what the submission-only kind of rule set leaves you with.
Watching me do jiu-jitsu instead of having a good time. Love you.
Go for it, ladies and gentlemen.
He took risks. He switched up his game multiple times. He switched up his pathways to success and tried. He took risks. I love everything that he did.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's take a look at this instant replay. There you see it was in the last seconds, literally the very last seconds, that the toe hold of the Cowboy elicits the tap.
Documentary series is going to be available for everybody on YouTube. Okay, it follows the big frog, Jeff Curran, as he travels, teaches, and connects with academies all over the country. Okay, new episodes will be taking place every month, and it's only online, and it's free on the JCI YouTube channel. Check this out.
I shouldn't have gone. But I just need to. Everyone's waiting.
Yeah, I don't
behind the JCI movement, the Big Frog, Jeff Curran. Jeff Curran Invitational. Make sure you guys tune in and watch online. It's match number 19 right now. We're almost there, everyone. And it's time for the featherweights. Making his way to the JCI stage, Ben Price.
In steps Ben Price, the black belt. Not only a veteran of JCI, but also an Iraqi veteran. They spent 12 years in the Navy. We thank him for stepping underneath the bright lights, but we also thank him for his service as well. As the black belt Ben Price returns to JCI.
Making his way to the JCI stage, we got Aaron Brooks.
In steps the fan favorite and the commander-in-chief of Pika Pow Jiu-Jitsu. If you like to be entertained, if you like Jiu-Jitsu, if you like to train hard, but you also like to be kind, well then you're gonna love watching Aaron Brooks step up underneath the bright lights here at JCI2. We saw him look sensational at our inaugural event. As always, looking to show the fans what they're all about at Pika Pow.
All right, grappling fans. It's match number 19. It's in the featherweight division. It's being contested between two black belts. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. In the black corner, he is from Elite Team Wisconsin Jiu-Jitsu. From Stevens Point, Wisconsin, by way of Burlington, Wisconsin, he is Ben Price. His opponent standing to my left in the red corner. From Pika Pow Team and Team Train Hard, Be Kind. From Aurora, Illinois, he is Aaron Brooks. The featherweight black belts throw down in match number 19.
Let's go, Ben!
Ben Price taking out Aaron Brooks, two black belts squaring off with referee Mark Vives, keeping things copacetic here. Ben Price quickly looking to snatch up a guillotine there, sitting back though is Aaron Brooks. They don't come much more experienced than Aaron Brooks. When they ask him about his career highlights, he says, I got hundreds of wins, mainly, most of them via triangle, and here immediately slapping on that aforementioned triangle.
There we go, Ben. Let's go, Price.
Price wisely postures, tries to create grip on a 2-on-1 to try and open up that guard, but Brooks is starting to keep that posture down.
When asked about his favorite grapplers, Aaron Brooks mentioned none other than Steve Irwin. Shout out to the Crocodile Hunter, rest in peace. Something tells me he's having a little fun with his bio, but I don't know. To each their own. Educational background, Wikipedia, family raised by capybaras. All right, he's having fun, but he's having fun on the mat as well as he laces up a leg and he immediately snaps on a beautiful knee bar. My goodness. So smooth, so composed.
I'd like to see the replay of that.
I think we're going to have to. But it was really, if you take a look right now at this replay, which I'm sure we're going to get a look at momentarily, it was so smooth, lacing up that leg lock from what looked like a bit of a knee shield. And before even a scramble ensued, Price was tapping. Aaron Brooks just so dangerous. Yeah, the triangles, but my goodness, he got so much more to worry about.
Grappling fans, make some noise for the black belts. but the tap was secured via the knee bar. Your winner, Aaron Brooks!
Aaron Brooks getting the win via knee bar over Ben Price. Aaron Brooks has just been sensational just about anywhere he steps on the mat, but here at the JCI, just highlight after highlight. Here it is. There you see he it wasn't really so much a knee shield as much he sat up for that guillotine. The knee was in between, and then he did a great job of isolating the leg and immediately slapping on that knee bar. So many times we see that jockeying for position when you get the leg entanglement, but Aaron Brooks allowed for none of that.
No, I love how he split the guard, he came up, he had a grip around the back, and then he went inverted. It just completely didn't go in the direction that you would assume it was going.
Incredibly well-rounded and incredibly dangerous from everywhere is Aaron Brooks. Another win for Pika Pau Jiu-Jitsu.
I used to do karate and taekwondo, all of that in the past, and then started doing jiu-jitsu around the time I was born. That started getting into our lives, and then it just grew from there. My name is Kai Saturno. I train here at Budo Tatami. I'm 18 years old. I've gone to a few competitions, and I always enjoy it. I'm always super confident. I love it. I love going in and just competing, showing what I got. I like to crack down on people. I just like to go at it. You're always going to see a fast-paced match. I'm going to go in there, give it my all 100% of the time. I'm always going to be trying to look for the submission, going to try and have some fun. I'm so glad to have the opportunity. It's just so great to be able to have my name put out there and grow, you know? It's just such a great way, and especially such a great event, for sure.
Thanks, Kai.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Timmy Carpenter. I'm a black belt and a professor at Gil and Spicer at the Academy of Combat Arts in Fargo, North Dakota. I've been training for 15 years, and I'm excited to be on the Jeff Curran Invitational 2. I was on the last card, the Jeff Curran Invitational 1 against Joey Deal for the inaugural bantamweight title. Came up short, but hoping to get back in that title contention picture here very shortly after a couple more matches. In between JCI1 and JCI2, I was able to take part in a charity match for youth wrestling in North Dakota. I was also on the Orbit Submission Series card in December, where I defended my bantamweight title. And now I'm just looking to continue my winning streak here and take on Kai and hopefully get a sub of the night or match of the night, because I know both of us are exciting. He likes flying stuff. I like flying stuff. He's very submission oriented, and so am I. So we don't need judges for this time around. We're both going to be looking for the sub and get the finish and put on a show for everybody in Chicago.
It's time for our featured matches of the evening. Yeah! The first of our 4 featured matches is in the bantamweight division. Making his way to the JCI stage, the Phenom, Kai Saturno.
Well, there you heard it, potentially no exaggeration, as the Phenom Kai Saturno, 18-year-old purple belt, steps onto the main stage. We saw him back at JCI1 submitting a black belt as a blue belt. Tonight, a real litmus test as he takes on a very accomplished black belt in this feature bout.
His opponent, entering the JCI stage, Timmy Carpenter.
In steps Timmy Carpenter, the 31-year-old black belt out of the Academy of Combat Sports and Team Pedro Sauer. We saw him go the distance with Joey Deal in the main event of JCI1. So we know that this guy he's the real deal. As he takes on Kai Saturno, we find out now where exactly everybody falls. Of course, Kai Saturno coming to us out of Budo Tatami and J3 Jiu-Jitsu Team Pedro Sauer.
Hey, grappling fans, this is the first of 4 featured matches in the bantamweight division. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right in the black corner. From Budo Tatami Jiu-Jitsu, from Cumming, Georgia, Kai Saturno! His opponent standing to my left in the red corner. From the Academy of Combat Arts, representing Team Pedro Sauer Jiu-Jitsu, from West Fargo, North Dakota, he is Timmy Carpenter! This is 7 minutes of no gi action.
Here we go as Kai Saturno, the Phenom, takes on Timmy Carpenter. Immediately looking to get back control is Kai Saturno.
Are you fucking kidding me? Don't even do it. Don't even.
And he taps.
In 21 seconds, Kai Saturno chokes out the black belt that is Timmy Carpenter. My word.
Yeah.
Is he a phenom? Is he a prodigy was the question. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, question answered.
Hey, Kai. Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at the future of Kai Saturno, you better throw on some shades because it is looking bright, Jessica.
Grappling fans, I hope you didn't blink, because in 21 seconds, in the match, your winner via rear naked choke, Kai Saturno!
There is something very special and necessary about starting fast and being first, and that's what we
Back
saw
here, get
in
your medal.
Saturno.
Kai, you gotta get your medal. Oh, shit.
Yeah, no kidding. I'd say let's take a look at the replay, but they likely could just replay the entire match. 21 seconds. As Kai Saturno, my word. I mean, I don't... Where do we begin?
We begin with the entry. he was fast, he was explosive, and he was assertive, getting to the back and then non-stop until he's sinking that choke. You'll see it again.
Yeah, this EPRO group service instant replay. I mean, a bit of a slide by, I suppose, from the feet, immediately on the back, immediately across the jaw, immediately putting pressure. And immediately letting everybody know you're going to want to keep your eye on Kai Saturno.
My name is Amber Richards. I'm competing out of the Academy under Greg Nelson. Very thankful for Jeff for asking me to come back for JCI2. It was a great opportunity the first time around. He's done an incredible thing for athletes and the platform that he has created. I'm really hoping these matches are going to inspire other people who want to come out and do competitions like this or any other competitions in the future to really just get out there and go for it. In terms of my game plan, I like a little bit of everything. I like to think of myself as a little bit of an all-arounder. I like being on top. Being on the bottom doesn't scare me. I do enjoy leg locks and guard work, but I'm not afraid to be on my feet. I'm looking for a really good match against my opponent. I know she's going to be a killer, so it's going to be a great time.
Camila Estrada, representing Seraphim BJJ. Been training for a little over 4 years now. I started jiu-jitsu just for self-defense, but like very quickly fell in love with it and kind of knew that this was the path I wanted to be on. Probably 2 months into training, I kind of decided, okay, like I'm gonna make a run for this. So since then, it's just been trying to get on every show I can, travel, compete as much as possible. Most recently, winning Midwest Finishers. That title has always meant a lot to me. Coming up, grappling in the Midwest, that was always like, I had my eye on that. Like, okay, I'm gonna hopefully one day be able to even compete in that bracket. I train multiple hours every day. I treat it like work, and I'm happy to. I just love pressure. I love being able to kind of move with the person, float with them, and stay on top. I try to do a little bit of everything, and I love to wrestle, so absolutely you won't see me pulling guard. Coming to Jeff's gym and training here, I've developed a pretty solid leg lock game, pretty solid guard game, I think. I like to attack, you know. I find a sub, I think like 90% of the time I compete. Whether it's legs, something from my guard, something on top, I just like to hunt for that. I like to wrestle, I like to be aggressive on the feet. That usually leads to some fun scrambles. I don't have to get ready, I'll just stay ready. So like whatever pops up, I'm ready to hop in there.
Grappling fans in attendance and grappling fans around the world on YouTube. It's time for your second featured match of the evening. And it is the final female match in the featherweight division. Entering the JCI stage at this time, Amber Richards.
In steps Amber Richards, the purple belt out of Team Pedro Sauer. So game, so experienced. The 2025 IBJJF Nogi Pants Master 1 purple belt gold medalist. And took home silver in the open weight class. Jessica, game might be an understatement, as there's very good reason that she is the last female we're seeing on the card tonight.
Opponent entering the JCI stage, Camila Estrada.
Enter another Seraphin BJJ disciple is the purple belt Camila Estrada. An IBJJF Nogi world champion at blue belt adult. That is huge, Jessica. A Midwest Finishers 145-pound champion, IBJJF Nogi Pan silver medalist, also at the adult blue belt level. Both of these ladies have tested themselves at the highest level. So exciting to see them square off here at JCI.
In your final female match of the evening, it is our second featured bout. It is in the featherweight division and being contested between two purple belts. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. She's representing Team Pedro Sauer. Making her way to the JCI stage from Hastings, Minnesota, she is Amber Richards. Her opponent standing to my left, out of the red corner, she is from Seraphin BJJ. Making her way to the JCI stage from Chicago, Illinois, by way of Tampa, Florida, she is Camila Estrada. 7 minutes of no-gi submission action with the ladies.
Our referee for this matchup, of course, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt Bernadette Ambubayog. Oh, a little slide by potentially early on there for Camila Estrada. Immediately using that front headlock position to bring Amber Richards down to the mat. Now working to pass from the top is Camila Estrada, maybe cinching in a choke in the process.
That was tight, but Richards defending well, looking to split the legs of Estrada and mount a little bit of space.
Something that caught my attention right away is that when Estrada snaps on a submission, those are dangerous right away.
She's explosive and very intentional with her grips.
Well put. Now it's Amber Richards trying her hand at the front headlock.
Which when you feel like you're ready, okay?
I feel like it depends on the angle. I like that.
Nice.
Right away. Back flat.
True with Amber.
Now it's Amber Richards looking to slide that left knee across in this passing sequence.
Watch your head. Your head up. Your head up.
Put her on her, man. You respect that.
A good job by Estrada. Just continuing to remain active, right? Just giving Richards plenty to think about, even when she's on top.
Richards winning those scrambles, though. Anytime Estrada tries to get up, tries to explode, Richards is there. Strategically looks to take the back. Estrada counters with a leg lock attempt.
Rolling beautifully in a potential knee bar situation. Was Estrada switching to the straight ankle and getting the finish? Camila Estrada. Amber Richards was with her every step of the way, but as we mentioned earlier, intentional, aggressive, and might I say a little mean when she slaps on those submissions. Camila Estrada looked unbelievable.
A little mean is right.
In the best possible way, of course.
Oh, in the best competitive way. You need a little meanness.
Grappling fans, let's make some noise for the ladies! In the final female match of the night, the tap was secured via straight ankle lock. Your winner, Camila Estrada!
What a finish for Estrada. And you know, if you're Amber Richards, I mean, sure, you got caught. Nobody wants to get caught, but you got to feel pretty good about the way the match was going. I thought it was very exciting back and forth affair. But as we said, when those submissions got snatched up by Estrada, I mean, you're in a world of danger right away.
I think Estrada and Richards were very evenly matched, but what made the difference, what created a gap, was the explosiveness and the aggressiveness of Estrada.
Absolutely. Capping off 8 female bouts. There we see that straight ankle lock finish. She was transitioning from the knee bar to the straight ankle. What a job. What a great job by Camila Estrada.
Mike Santiago, black belt from Santiago Training Center, getting ready to compete on JCI2. I bring a heavy wrestling style, and I'm really excited to compete against Hayden. I see that he competes a lot. He runs his own gym out here in, I believe, Minnesota. So I think it's going to be a super exciting night, getting ready to get my hand raised.
My name is Hayden Buckner. I'm a first-degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Pedro Sauer. I've been training for 18 years. I'm the owner and head coach at the Academy Eden Prairie, located on the border of Eden Prairie and Edina in Minnesota. I had the honor of competing in the Jeff Curran Invitational 1, JCI1, and it was a blast. The production value was next level. Jeff didn't disappoint. My opponent was game. I was game. All the matches were fun to watch. And it means a lot to be brought back for JCI2. Really looking forward for this one. My style is control. I love nothing more than to get hands on my opponent, work them down, get on top, stay on top, or get behind them, stay behind them, till I can isolate a limb and get that submission. So that's what you guys are gonna see.
And watching around the world on YouTube, it's time for your co-main event. It is in the welterweight division and being contested against 2 black belts. First, making his way to the JCI stage, Hayden Buckner.
Returning to the JCI stage is Hayden Buckner. Of course, we saw him taking on Kyle Perkins at our last show in an instant classic. Here's a black belt who's, I mean, there's not a lot of stages he hasn't stepped on already, whether it's making waves in the ADCC circuit or, again, that performance at JCI1 that had everybody talking. Plenty of accolades in his own right. A sub-spectrum Jiu-Jitsu state champion in 2024.
His opponent, now entering the JCI stage, Mike Santiago.
In steps Mike Santiago, the black belt representing his own squad at Santiago Martial Arts, a UFC veteran who's been around the mixed martial arts game for quite some time. 20 plus years of training. Awarded his black belt by none other than Pablo Alfonso. Toughness, grit, and experience. A veteran not just of the UFC, but of course double gold as well. A grappler, a fighter. Tonight looking to make a mark at JCI.
It's time for the co-main event. Welterweight action in the black belt division. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right in the black corner. He is from the Academy in Eden Prairie and represents Team Pedro Sauer. From Duluth, Minnesota, give it up for Hayden Buckner.
Let's go.
His opponent standing to my left in the red corner. He is from the Santiago Training Center. He grapples out of Lombard, Illinois. From the coach's chair to the grappling mat, he is Mike Santiago. Your co-main event is 7 minutes of no-gi action.
As we advance into what I'm going to go ahead and call it co-main event. As we are inching closer to that main event, but make no mistake, this matchup right here is most certainly a feature bout. As UFC veteran Mike Santiago takes on Hayden Buckner.
No. Actually, one of my students.
Jockeying for position and latching on a quick front headlock there was Mike Santiago. Now shooting in, sucking up a single leg.
And Santiago gets Buckner to the ground. I've definitely noticed a theme this evening with everyone really trying to wrap up that front headlock as their means from getting the fight to the ground.
You know, sometimes it can be silly to jump for the gilly, but you know, it depends who you ask.
Man, it's the ultimate proving ground when you do stuff like this.
Go ahead, that's it.
There you say Hayden Buckner looking to create a leg entanglement. He sucks up the leg
You got it, Hayden. Go.
of Mike Santiago. It looks like he cleared the knee line. He's out. But staying on the attack is Hayden Buckner.
Him and Hayden have won
Pull the hand, stand.
over years. I told him the winner is going to get Kyle for a title.
Watch your legs.
That's the problem.
Climbing the guard momentarily was Hayden Buckner. Now looking potentially for a second leg entanglement here as he goes after the right leg of Mike Santiago.
Santiago's doing a good job of staying heavy, keeping his posture and his base solid, but Buckner is really working for that leg.
Falling back for a leg lock now is Mike Santiago, though. I don't question the well-roundedness of Mike Santiago, but I tell you, Jessica, I did not see him falling back for that knee bar there.
Not
Very
what
slick.
I expected.
Yeah, very slick.
It's like pole position in a race. You gotta learn to stop the fast car. I mean, you manage it. I'm just saying it's like
Santiago with some really impressive athleticism and risk-taking. He just did a cartwheel over the guard of Buckner. He's kind of in a half-guard knee shield situation, but just really impressive the risk he's willing to take.
Well, tell me this, Jessica. Is it possible that when you're making the transition from MMA and getting punched in the face and being in a cage and all that stuff, and you step onto the jiu-jitsu mats, it can be a little bit freeing to know you don't have to worry about those things?
That is very well put, and yes, that is very true.
Now, that being said, Hayden Buckner, very dangerous there. You saw him potentially fishing for that.
Well, there's a subculture. Like,
Fishing for that triangle.
traded. Weird bright colors.
Nice.
Ooh, we have a bit of a leg for leg situation here now as Buckner. Well, no, actually, it'll be Buckner that'll be creating the leg entanglement, taking the driver's seat here.
Oh, that
fishing for that heel hook.
Holy shit. I think he should have slowed down. He would have had it.
Yep.
That looked like quite the bite, but clearly Hayden Buckner didn't think so as he moves on.
Way more. You know what I mean? Because
I do like this position for Buckner rather than having Santiago on top and him fishing for legs on bottom. I feel like with the more athletic, explosive opponent, this might be a little bit better of an opportunity to secure a submission, getting a little bit more control on top.
A very good point. I think you're probably absolutely right. It's yes, it did look like a good bite on the leg, but when you have the fight IQ of a Hayden Buckner and you think to yourself, well, maybe potentially I'm better off just using this to get to the top, because there's always a chance you're going to be cranking at that leg and not get it, in which case you may have missed the opportunity to play the top game now.
Yeah.
Creating back exposure, taking the back. Momentary body lock there by Hayden Buckner, and now looking to fight his way across the jawline and under the chin.
Stretching him out nicely.
Hayden Buckner with the rear naked choke finish in regulation.
Yeah.
Patience, fight IQ, technical. The outing by Mike Santiago was fantastic, but Hayden Buckner really checking off all those boxes and getting the job done here in our co-main event.
I think we're good, yeah? Thank you.
Grappling fans, let's give it up for your co-main event.
Yeah.
A technical match of black belt expertise, but the winner via rear naked choke, Hayden Buckner!
Let's take a look at this replay, Jessica. There you saw the athleticism on display of Mike Santiago as he cartwheeled for that Kimura, but patient, resilient. Hayden Buckner finds his way to the back of Mike Santiago and gets the job done. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, Jessica.
It doesn't. It was a really exciting match, definitely co-main event caliber, setting the stage for our main event, which is coming up next.
So excited.
Milusos is my favorite skincare product line. I can't tell you enough how much I love my skin now, especially with training 3 times a day, showering after each session. Your skin can take a lot of damage, and with this skincare, I just don't feel that anymore. It's super clean. I think that that's something that we should all strive for. The best thing is like knowing that my skin isn't taking damage from the products that I'm using. Like, I'm a firm believer in this stuff. It's the best. Milusos.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about the sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in salt electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
I found jiu-jitsu when I was a little kid watching the early UFCs, watching Royce Gracie. I always wanted to do it, and then when I was 15 years old, we drove by a jiu-jitsu gym in Northwest Indiana. I called the phone number I saw on a sign the next day. I started training. I haven't stopped training for that 27 years. I fought pro MMA for a long time, coached pro MMA. I've competed and coached all over the world. And then I've been running my full-time academy for 17 years here in Evanston. I like to compete in events I want to compete in that are fun, exciting opponents, different challenges. So the Jeff Curran Invitational is a perfect example. I saw the first one, it was an awesome show. I got a great opponent who I've never got to compete against, which is something I'm always looking for. So anytime I can fight a tough black belt who I've never got to roll against, and a great rule set and a great environment, that's what I look to do. Fans can expect high action. I want a submission. I got a really tough opponent, and I know it's gonna be hard to submit him, but I want to go for something cool. I got some real tricks I've been working on. I'm lucky to train with some of the best grapplers in the world. I want to be a dangerous grappler from anywhere, on the feet, on the ground, top, bottom, any rule set, IBJJF, ADCC, sub only, MMA. You just grapple to grapple. And again, our students and our team have competed at the highest levels everywhere and done well, so I think it works well.
Michael Muter. I train out of Open Guard, Wisconsin, affiliate of Team Curran. I've competed almost everywhere, competing at Masters Worlds, winning as a brown belt, Masters Worlds, and then doing pans. 1-0 in MMA, so I did it late. I was probably about 39 years old, going against a 20-year-old, and it was one of my first times. I was very nervous, especially when that cage door locks, but just like all events, when the ref says go, you forget everything. You're in that moment, and it was probably one of the best moments of my life. I loved it. I like to look for everything. My favorite quote was, "Jiu-Jitsu is a lot like chess, but in Jiu-Jitsu, I don't have to let you move." So I just like that experience of just being able to stick somebody in a position where they can't move, winning, getting that checkmate, making them tap, and then just getting my hand raised at the end of the day. I'm excited. I can't believe that I get to be on a stage this big. So I'm just excited. I can't wait to see it.
Grappling fans in the Vixen! Grappling fans around the world! All good things do come to an end. And we are right now at our main event. The referees are ready. The timekeeper is ready. Fans in attendance, are you ready? It's time to battle. Your main event for the middleweight championship at JCI. Introducing first, entering the JCI stage, Michael Muter.
In steps Michael Muter, the black belt out of Open Guard, Team Curran. We saw him back at JCI1 looking sensational against David Porter. The brown belt Masters World Champion and multiple-time IBJJF Open gold medalist returns to JCI for marquee billing. With the middleweight crown on the line, it is Michael Muter in one half of this co-main event.
His opponent, the second half of the main event, making his way to the JCI stage, Jeff Serafin.
Leading from the front is the Commander-in-Chief of Serafin BJJ, black belt Jeff Serafin. A black belt of over 15 years underneath Jack McVicker and Megaton Diaz. A humble warrior who says, I've got many accolades, but none more than producing the champions that I have. Whether we're talking about Melanie Iverson or guys like Chris Wojcik on the world stage, all underneath the tutelage of the great Jeff Serafin tonight, vying for middleweight gold.
Let's go! Grappling fans in attendance, this is your main event. world champion. Introducing first, the grappler standing to my right. In the black corner, he is a black belt from Open Guard Jiu-Jitsu and Team Curran.
Let's go!
From Watertown, Wisconsin, he is Michael Muter. His opponent standing to my left in the red corner, also a black belt from Seraphim Jiu-Jitsu. He makes his way to the JCI stage from Evanston, Illinois. He is Jeff Seraphim. This is your main event. This is for the JCI strap. 10 minutes of black belt submission action.
Well, there's absolutely no question as to why Michael Muter and Jeff Seraphim get marquee billing here at JCI2. As the middleweight title is up for grabs, tonight we find out. And it's a bit of a new school versus old school matchup, Jessica.
And Muter wasting no time. He has Seraphim on his back, and now he's trying to figure out his approach to pass the legs.
But when you're facing off a black belt with 15 plus years of being a black belt like Jeff Seraphim, there are not a lot of positions you're going to put him in. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there aren't any positions you're going to put him in that he hasn't been in before.
No, and that's what makes this so intriguing and exciting, because they are aware of their game. You know, they've all been in the same circuit for so long. They're aware of the games of everybody. So it's just going to be a feeling out process. It's going to be figuring out where they're comfortable and the best path to victory.
And we talked, of course, about the long time experience of Jeff Seraphim, truly a trailblazer of mixed martial arts and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in mixed martial arts, dating back to the late 90s, early 2000s, of course, kind of like our boss man, Jeff Curran. And now here he is. Ooh, he had a momentary bite on the ankle of Muter there. And we've touched on that already, Jessica. The savvier the player, the quicker he's going to be to let go and bail on a move that isn't quite there.
I love that. Muter bypasses the legs by wrapping up the head. That is definitely a faster way to bypass the guard.
But catching a leg by inverting was Seraphim. I mean, like I said, you're not going to get a much more well-rounded person than Jeff Seraphim. So
I love that these gentlemen are taking the opportunity of the submission-only rules to just really kind of throw things out there and see what works, what doesn't, the reactions. They're getting really good reads on each other.
Yeah, no doubt. It is definitely the type of setup, especially in regulation, to just go for it, right?
Straighten that right leg, Mike.
But then again, so easy to say it from the broadcast booth, isn't it?
It is. It's a nice view. It's a nice seat. No risk.
Right, another leg entanglement here potentially by Jeff Seraphim. This time, he does seem to have a nice bite.
Boot, boot. Put on the boot. Stand up.
And as Muter looks to create a little bit of an extension there to push himself out of the straight ankle. He almost got into a heel hook there, but back on the straight ankle lock.
Stand up, Mike. Put weight on it.
Nice, nice.
Oh, switching to the heel hook. Black belt referee Mark Vivas restarting the action in the center of the mat. I find myself, much like everybody else in attendance, on the edge of my seat, Jessica, because this is one of those matchups you feel like at any given moment something could pop off.
You can attack too, Mike. You can attack too. You have to give a threat. Threaten back. There you go.
Muter momentarily threatening a leg lock of his own.
Don't be afraid to go for it, Mike. Don't be afraid to go for it, Mike.
I like that Muter is now kind of trying to stuff the legs and then sit back for a leg lock of his own. But again, you run the risk of being countered, and that is obviously the game that Serafin is wanting to play.
Ooh, Serafin threatening again with a very dangerous straight ankle. You know what makes me so nervous about those, Jessica, isn't just a straight ankle, but it's the angles he takes from the bottom, which puts extra torque on everything, be it the knee, the hip, and obviously, of course, creating more extension for that clamp on the Achilles. But again, Muter just so resilient, so calm under pressure.
Mike, get a little more aggressive on the pass. Pass a little more aggressive on the pass. There you go.
Muter.
There you go.
Again, Muter wants to bypass those legs, so he went for the head again. It was very smart. He went for the head, rolled over, and now he's in a top position. Serafin's trying to grab kind of a half guard
Keep the underhook
position.
on the left side. Underhook on the left
Well, we saw it at JCI1. Muter is incredibly dangerous if he can get a hold of that front headlock guillotine type position. Great job of regaining guard and regaining that parallel position from the bottom.
Again.
But Muter he's chipping away. He's figuring out what worked. He figured out his path to victory, and he's going to start, I think, if I were him, trying to put more pressure, more intensity on those attempts.
Yeah, that's a great point. After kind of being on the defensive for the opening stands, I suppose, of the round, you see him now, like you said, kind of having, that was most certainly his best moment of the match with 4.5 minutes remaining in regulation.
Bend to the knee.
If you're in Muter's corner, you're liking what you're seeing at least.
The knee, there you go.
Stacking pass. Get rid of those legs. You gotta cut it off with the knee.
Serafin just very unfazed and really sticking to the task at hand. He knows what he wants to do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked about Muter staying calm, but I don't think I've seen Jeff Serafin take a deep breath as he's just so composed, so calm, so focused.
There you go, Mike.
There you go.
Attack and then look for something else.
And that's one of those things, like you're not necessarily going to get a submission there, but it at least makes Serafin react.
Right, right. And with somebody who's so offensively minded, I mean, Serafin is great at being offensive and offensive when he's on the move and offensive even on the defense at the same time, right? Making sure that at all times you have something to worry about potentially.
Let's not make this just a list.
There you go. Come on, Mike.
Back to it.
How do you feel about Muter sitting back for those leg locks, Jessica? I mean, clearly Jeff is more than happy to play the leg lock game. If you're in the corner of Muter, do you even want to see him jumping into that pool?
I mean, he's testing the waters. I don't know that he's fully committal to it. I haven't seen him really try and engage in those kind of leg entanglements. It's more of a distraction, just like when he went to try and grab kind of like a toe hold. It's just trying to see the reaction, see what he can get from that.
You can pass, Mike. Pass. 2:30.
Fair enough.
2:30 left.
A little over 2.5 minutes remaining. 2.5 minutes, sorry, exactly remaining in regulation. Still very much anybody's match here.
Go, go, go.
A little over 2 minutes left, Problem Jeff is fucking dangerous.
The thing about Jeff Serafin is you see that every time Muter starts to try to set up a position for a pass, Serafin goes ahead and becomes perpendicular from the bottom, giving him angles, making sure that he has a lot to worry about so that he can't employ potentially the pass that he's looking. He can't employ, the next move that he had in mind. Now, Serafin.
And I mean, you see Serafin allowed Muter to kind of get into a more aggressive position. Almost, he's baiting him. He's playing a game with him just to see what opens up from it, because right now Muter is playing such a cautious game.
Yeah, fair enough. Almost as if he's past the trying to take the submissions portion and trying to see maybe what Muter will give him in these last 90 seconds. Close guard being employed right now by Jeff Serafin. We haven't seen a lot of that as he's been playing that open guard the majority of this match. And if you're Michael Muter, obviously you want to pass, but you have to be mindful of the fact that, as you mentioned, Serafin's looking to take whatever he gives him, so if you don't mind your P's and Q's, it could very easily be a wrap. Great base there by Michael Muter.
I like how Serafin is just constantly trying to find an opening. He's constantly trying to mess with the very sturdy base of Muter. He's not content to just lay flat on his back. He's trying every angle.
Yeah, absolutely on the move. Is actually both fighters did a great job the entirety of regulation, kind of remaining active, giving their opponent something to think about. The coin flip goes to Jeff Serafin, and he chooses bottom. Goes to show just how comfortable he felt underneath Michael Muter.
The timer.
That was when all these attacks are going to come. Get up to our feet, buddy. There you go. Yep.
Beautiful, beautiful flower sweep.
You know, it did feel like a couple times during regulation that he was going to be going in that direction, and he uses it to set up a potential triangle here.
He was trying to get it, but Muter was staying so heavy on that left side, he really wasn't able to get it to. But now Serafin with a triangle attempt, and this is the biggest moment of the match.
There you go.
Yeah, he did almost have the recipe of a triangle there momentarily, as it was almost one arm in and one arm out. Muter, of course, staying resilient, making sure he's able to work his way back inside the guard, and now
get those legs free.
Looks like he's trying to threaten a guillotine from inside the guard of Jeff Serafin. You know, you don't see that very often, but clearly it was tight because you saw Serafin. He did react.
Get after it, Mike. Get after it.
Something tells me that the grip of Muter is pretty strong.
Strong guy.
Counter attack. Go for it.
Let's go. Nice. Good.
Jeff Serafin just does not stop moving from the bottom.
Great retention. 3 minutes left.
Jeff's
3 minutes
good,
left.
No holes, right?
He flows from position to attempt one after the other, and it's just so seamless.
And there's never that moment where it feels like the top player, in this case Michael Muter, is getting the jump on him. It's actually Serafin that, despite being on the bottom, is able to stay in the mix the whole time. Muter with a beautiful straight ankle lock here. Can he turn the tables here in the overtime period?
But it looks like Serafin had a grip of his own. Letting the crowd know that
shaking his head, saying not so much.
All right, let's think sub-attacks here.
2.5 minutes.
2.5 to work. Let's pull the triggers. 2-minute drill. There you go. Look out.
Here you see Seraphin again becoming perpendicular from the bottom. Beautiful job from the bottom there, snapping on a potential triangle. And turning it into a beautiful pendulum sweep into mount. Momentarily was Jeff Seraphin reversing it as Michael Muter, and he's back on top. Now threatening a potential head and arm choke. Michael Muter with hands down his biggest moments of the match. Jeff Seraphin, the OG resilient, works his way out, and it's back to business from the bottom.
A minute 30, come on.
For the master of sloth jiu-jitsu, Jeff Seraphin.
Little over 1 minute. Get up and get one more good attack here. One more good attack. Just a minute. Throw a Hail Mary. 1 minute. Get up and pass. Get up and pass.
I know.
1 minute.
I mean, at this point, they have both had equal big moments in this overtime match.
Yeah, it really feels like it could come down to these last 60 seconds.
Pull it in. Pull it in.
Mike, I like the toe hold. Go for it.
Let's go. Right away. Right away. Hold it up.
45 seconds. Let's do
Good. Come on. 40 seconds.
Go, Jeff. Let's get another one in.
Let's go. Yeah, one more. One more. Yeah.
Another pendulum sweep in perfect timing. You want to talk about giving the judges something to think about as overtime elapses, and another reversal. Now it's Michael Muter back in the guard of Jeff Seraphin.
One more. Yeah, let's go. One more. Yeah, let's go.
Come on, pass. Let's go. Yes.
One last leg lock attempt here for Michael Muter.
What a match.
What a match, Jessica. I mean, it is so obvious why these athletes get marquee billing tonight. Technical, exciting, and non-stop from the beginning of the matchup all the way through the end of overtime.
I just love the calculated risks that they took.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them letting it all hang out from beginning to end.
And neither one of them relenting. Nobody conceded position. It was a battle from start to finish.
Yeah, if that wasn't on display anywhere, it was in the overtime where they were just constantly back and forth. Now Muter's on top, now Seraphin's on top, and it's Muter again. That was awesome. Now we wait for the judges to tabulate their decision. We await the final call of the night from the Polish Hammer, Chris Horodecki, who's absolutely crushed it on ring announcing duties tonight. Shout out, Chris Horodecki. Ladies and gentlemen, your official decision.
Grappling fans in attendance, let's give it up for your main event grapplers. And it was the main event for a reason. Super high level black belt action. Michael Muter, Jeff Seraphin. But the judges have arrived to a split decision. Your winner after 5 minutes of overtime action and new JCI middleweight champion, Michael
And it's Michael Muter getting the nod as he is your new JCI middleweight champion. A very tough matchup, a very tough bout to judge. I mean, you're always going to hear some hemming and hawing with the decision, but that was such a close matchup, Jessica.
It was.
Grappling fans in attendance, I hope you had a great time. It's been an excellent night. We're coming back. We'll be back again this year. Make sure you like, subscribe, share JCI. Follow the Jeff Curran story. And before you guys go away, we're going to speak with our new middleweight champion. Michael, you came in and you battled against Jeff Serafin. You guys went 15 minutes. The judges gave you the nod in the third. What do you got to say first about your opponent?
Hey man, Jeff is a tough guy. I think the reason why they gave this to me is because he was mostly laying back on submissions and I was trying to push forward, I was trying to pass, I was trying to be active. So I think that's why they gave it to me, but at the same time, like I said, Jeff is a great opponent. That man is, I've been watching that man on Instagram, trying to study his game, and I became a great fan of his. His students are just blessed to be part of his gym. He's a great man. So hats off to Jeff for taking this match. I appreciate everything. I appreciate everybody out here. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. We can't wait to see you back. What can the fans in attendance? I'm a big fan of yours now. I'm sure a lot of people here are, and a lot of people are on the internet. Where can fans see you next? What's next in your career as a black belt and as the new JCI champion?
Hey, as long as Jeff keeps putting me on the stage, I'm going to keep trying to bring it. I'm going to keep trying to pass. I'm going to keep trying to get the submissions. Like I said, Jeff is a tough guy, so it's hard to get a submission on that man. But I'm going to be here. I'm going to keep working harder. I'm going to come back even stronger next time.
We can't wait to see you back. Michael Muter!
As we take a look at the UnJunked instant replay, Jessica, I mean, during regulation, I mean, it was just back and forth, so many submission attempts from both fighters. Jeff Serafin having a lot of luck with those leg entanglements, it looked like, as he was in the driver's seat for a lot of regulation. But as we know, once you go to overtime, it's about how that period is judged.
For me, though, I thought, and again, I'm not a judge, but for me, the bigger movements, the bigger moments, came from Serafin with those amazing sweeps.
Yeah, there were definitely submission attempts on both sides. Of course, there were the sweeps. There was a triangle attempt by Jeff Serafin in overtime. Yeah, it definitely felt like it could have gone to just about anybody, but or either which way. Again, happy to be in the booth and not in the judge table. But what a night of action. I mean, from beginning to end, Jessica, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know what to highlight. We could talk about this main event, or we could just talk about some of the exciting finishes tonight.
We're going to celebrate this incredible evening. We're going to clean up. We're going to celebrate right here, right now. If you're going home, get on set. We'll see everyone back at the JCI.
What a night of action, and what an opportunity to enjoy some of the highest level jiu-jitsu that is around. I mean, so many things to talk about, Jessica. We could talk about, like I said, the main event, the title bout. We could talk about all the black belts that competed. We could talk about any one of the 8 female bouts. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the things that really stand out to us. Maybe that breakout performance by Kai Saturno. I mean, the young purple belt making short work of another black belt underneath these bright lights, and Timmy Carpenter. What an outing for Saturno.
He passed the test. You know, we had heard from Jeff earlier about him trying to see where everyone is at based upon these matchups, and most of them just were really impressive with their mat IQ, the ability going up against facing adversity. It was impressive all around. Of course, I do have some favorites, as I did last time, but I've got to say, from top to bottom of this card, I was thoroughly impressed with the level, with the sportsmanship, just across the board. It was a great show.
Before the event even started, we talked to Jeff at great lengths about what he's trying to create here. Obviously, it's more than just displaying high-level jiu-jitsu, but it's a matter of doing it with class and honoring the martial art, honoring the sport, and honoring the growth in the right direction. I think he accomplished that tonight in leaps and bounds, because what we saw tonight, the evolution from JCI1, which was amazing, to JCI2, it was quite a lot, and I mean, it was very evident for all the fans in attendance and watching at home on YouTube.
for us to go from the first show and hit it out of the park. I mean, I'm not biased or anything, but it was just
so am I. So should you be.
It was such a well put show. It was so thoughtful, so intentional, and for them to come back and orchestrate JCI2 and level up again is just, come on, you can't ask for more.
Yeah, so many huge performances, so many names, so many finishes. Aaron Brooks looked amazing. Terry Romero looked amazing. Hayden Buckner versus Mike Santiago, another fantastic matchup. I mean, the superlatives, I'm running out of them, to be honest, but Jeff Curran clearly building something super special here at the JCI. Such an honor to be here calling the action. Alongside you, of course, Jessica, what a great time. Thank you to everybody that came out to the Vixen here. Sold out, the place rocking and rolling from beginning to end. Thank you to the Big Frog, and thank you to all of you in attendance at home, watching and helping us grow the sport here at JCI. We will be back with JCI 3 in no time, so make sure if you haven't already, you hit the like, you hit the subscribe, you stay up to speed on all things JCI, the Jeff Curran Invitational. All guns a-blazing. With that being said, what a night, and we will see you next time for JCI 3 when the mats roll out and the bright lights shine here at the Jeff Curran Invitational.
Milusos is my favorite skincare product line. I can't tell you enough how much I love my skin now, especially with training 3 times a day, showering after each session. Your skin can take a lot of damage, and with this skincare, I just don't feel that anymore. It's super clean. I think that that's something that we should all strive for. The best thing is like knowing that my skin isn't taking damage from the products that I'm using. Like, I'm a firm believer in this stuff. It's the best. Milusos.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about the sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in salt electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.